Led by National League MVP Andrew McCutchen and a talented lineup, the Pirates are hoping for a return trip to the playoffs in 2014 after a wild card berth last season. Tonight the ball goes to Yasmero Petit for a Giants team that has won 9 of their last 10 games. Petit tries to pitch San Francisco to its 6th straight win in Game 1 of the series next.
This 3-city road trip moves on to Pittsburgh as we get ready for baseball here at PNC Park. Game 1 of this 3-game series, Giants and Pirates. Hi again, everybody. I'm Dwayne Kuiper. Alongside me is Mike Krukow. Well, a very nice weekend in Atlanta where the Giants go 3-0, and they won it in a lot of different ways. Pitching, defense, bullpen. And, Mike, I'm sure the Giants are expecting the same thing, but tonight it's going to be Yasmero Petit.
Well, and Yasmero Petit coming off one of his really great starts, his only start this year, but if you compare it to his career, 6 strong innings, and he didn't allow any runs. And, I mean, they'd like to see him be as aggressive in this outing like he was in the outing against the Padres. That really set up his night. Now, against this Pirates team, I mean, you can't think of them as a team that's 7 game under 500, which they are. You have to think of them as a team that was a playoff contending team. They went last year. And remember, the Giants haven't played well in this ballpark for a while, so they're certainly not going to take the Pirates lightly, and nor is it Yasmero Petit.
Sound familiar? I think we said the same thing in Atlanta. Posey at first, Sanchez behind the dish, no belt. When we come back, we'll have the starting lineups in the first pitch right after this.
Our game time weather is presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. The Admission Free Boardwalk is open this weekend. It is always about the weather here. And tonight it's 58 degrees, very light winds, humidity at 34%. And it is cloudy. There is some rain in the area. The Pirates take the field. The lefty Jeff Locke will be the pitcher. In the lineup that he'll be facing, it'll be Pagan, Pence, and Posey. Michael Morris, you can see his numbers. His slugging percentage, fabulous. Sanchez, Sandoval, and Hicks. Crawford will hit 8th and Petit 9th.
On the hill tonight for the Pirates will be the left-hander Jeff Locke. Jeff Locke in his second year at the big league level. He's 6 feet tall, 185 pounders. He's 26 years of age. And this is what he did last year, 10-7 with a 3.52 ERA, 125 strikeouts, 166 innings. And the way he does it is with two types of fastball. He'll go low 90s, he'll two-seam and four-seam the fastball. When he's right, he'll throw a lot of two-seamers. He'll get a lot of ground balls. He also will throw you a curveball and a changeup. And with his delivery, which is a high three-quarter delivery, you get a nice straight-down bite with that curveball. It's a very effective strikeout pitch for him, especially against righties when he tries to bounce it on home plate. Let's take a look at the defense playing behind Jeff Locke for the Pirates, starting in their outfield. It'll be from left to right, Marte, McCutchen, and Harrison. Great arm in left, good arm in center. Barmas and Alvarez on the left side of the infield, Walker and Davis on the right side. And Tony Sanchez will be in the squad, putting down the signs. Time now for our Nissan keys to the game. And one thing, this is Jeff Locke is just getting off the disabled list. You want to try and get him to throw some pitches, make him work, get him in the stretch, and make him throw a lot of pitches. And number 2, Petit, stay aggressive. His key against the Padres, his last start, he was aggressive. He went right at him, and that again will be the key tonight. And those are our Nissan keys of the game.
So here's Pagan to lead things off. Pagan hitting at 327. And the first pitch of the ball game is a called strike. So we get started 2 minutes late. Three home runs, 15 RBIs for Pagan. And he bounces this one to the right side, and it dribbles into the outfield for a base hit.
Well, thank you very much. Defensive set. They really played Pagan to pull. They left that right side open, and he finds it. This looked like it was going to be a routine, normal can of corn ground ball. But if you see Neil Walker, the second baseman, shading the bag at second, he opened up a lane, and Pagan finds it.
So here's Hunter Pence. Hunter Pence at 258. 2 home runs, 9 RBIs. And he takes a fastball up and in. If Hunter Pence needed a wake-up call, he just got one. It's 1 ball and no strikes.
Jeff Locke was on the disabled list. He had a right side strain. So this is start number 1 at the big league level for him.
Home plate umpire is Phil Cuzzy. And then from first to third, it's Walcott, Davis, and Conroy.
And Cuzzy, I think he looks for knee-high location. He prefers the low strike. Not big corners with his strike zone, but you will get some belt highs.
And remember, we're on top of the world here.
One of the highest press boxes in baseball, only one higher, and that's in Washington. John Miller loves it up here.
It's John's first trip in here in a long time. And at the knees, a called strike. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
There you see downtown Pittsburgh just behind right field. Absolutely stunning views in this ballpark. One of the most beautiful ballparks on the planet.
Pence got caught looking maybe for something else.
Yeah, he's still looking for a curveball or a changeup. He looked with 1 strike and he guessed with 2 strike. And he paid the ultimate price right down the throat. And he'll be thinking about that for the rest of the night.
Yep. So here's Buster Posey, 275, 7 home runs, 15 driven in. And now Pagan's picked off, and he's out at second. The Pirates still had to make a good throw and a tag to get him, but get him they did.
Now he was going on first move, and he just guessed wrong. You get a one-way lead. I mean, you're going to the first move you see, and if the guy decides to throw over, you're in trouble.
Posey fouls it out of play in Atlanta. Buster went 4 for 11 with a home run. He had a couple of RBIs. Only in this lineup, Pence, Posey, and Sandoval have had at least 1 at bat against Locke, and there's a base hit to right field.
We talked about Posey. He is definitely heating up. This is what he has done the last 8 games, and he is just wearing out off-speed pitches, hitting .714 against curveballs, changeups, sliders, splits. You throw something soft, and he is going to wear you out. That's ridiculous numbers.
Here's Morris batting .302. 8 home runs, 22 driven in. And he takes a called strike. Morris had a home run on Friday, had a home run on Saturday, and then yesterday he went 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. Did all his work on Friday and Saturday. One ball and 1 strike. Should Morris reach, it would be Hector Sanchez. He's in the on-deck circle. And he pulls this one on the ground. It's a fair ball. It's going to roll now down the left field line, and it's going to allow Posey to score. Morris has got a double. It's 1-0 Giants.
Stay hot, Michael Morris.
Well, Marte just read it wrong, and it cost him.
Well, Marte was coming in thinking the ball was going to carry him off the little portion of fence in front of the stands there in the left field line. Just takes a breaking ball, rakes it right past Alvarez. No chance for the third baseman Alvarez as he's playing off the line. And there's where they catch a break. He thought it was going to hit that siding, and all of a sudden, whoop, he gets by him. And as soon as Buster Posey saw number 6 head to the wall, he knew he could score. And Giants draw first blood.
Here's Hector Sanchez. So Buster getting a workout here in the first inning. Sanchez rolls it foul, hitting 179.
Just spins right over the bag. And as it heads down the line, they really do catch a break right here. You know, Marte, I mean, he knows this ballpark, and he's a good left fielder. He just guessed wrong. He thought it was going to carry him off the wall. It did not.
We had a little better angle at watching that ball than he did. Oh, and 2 now to Hector Sanchez. Bruce Bochy said he wanted Sanchez to catch. He wanted Posey at first. He felt like Buster Posey had caught Saturday night, Sunday afternoon. It wasn't so much getting Belt out of the lineup, it was getting Sanchez some at bats. Out of play. It remains 0-2. right, this little guy ended up with it. Although given a choice as to those chicken fingers or the ball, he might take the chicken fingers.
He's not that impressed with the ball.
He is impressed with the chicken fingers, however. You get the right sauce, I would be too. Look at Gramps to his right. He's going to take the bone with him. Easy, Gramps.
Yeah, you can start a fire with that bone when Gramps is done.
Look at Junior, man, in the middle. He's happy as can be.
Like Grandpa, like grandson.
Oh, that is unbelievable. Forget about the chicken fingers. No balls and 2 strikes. And that's a base hit to right field. And this is going to be close. Here's the throw home, and it's not in time. Scoring is Morris, and Hector Sanchez into second base. It's 2-0.
Now that's Tim Flannery taking advantage of a third baseman playing right field. We talked about how good the arms are in left field and center. There, the arm with that Harrison has in right, it's not your normal outfielder's arm. And he talked about it before the game. He goes, if it happens early on or at any point in this series, I'm going to take advantage of it. He's a third baseman playing right field. And he throws up the line, a little window of opportunity for Michael Morse, and the Giants take another run.
And here's the Panda. Sandoval hitting 170, 2 home runs, 6 driven in. And he fouls it back. The Giants did not have a hit in Atlanta with a runner in scoring position, and they have one here in the first inning already in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, they were 0 for 13.
So they're going to go with a different formula, I guess, in this series.
Hey, just score double digits every night. Let's see how that works.
Up and in to Sandoval. Sandoval 1 for 10 in Atlanta. He's 2 for his last 17. And to say that he's got a bit of a scuffle going on right now is just a little bit of an understatement. Blocked by Sanchez. Hicks is on deck. Giants have scored twice here in the first.
Giants need to get him going. And you get out of April and you go, all right, I'm in a new month. Then you start out the first 4 days of the month and you're just sputtering.
This is hit high to right field in the park. And that'll end the inning. Giants had 4 hits in the inning. Remember, Pagan got thrown out or got picked off. After 1/2, 2-0 Giants. It'll be Yasmaro Petit facing this lineup. It'll be Harrison, Walker, and then Andrew McCutchen. And his last 10 games against the Giants, his numbers are very good. Alvarez, a lot of power, the cleanup hitter, followed by Marte, Ike Davis, the former Met. Then it's Sanchez, Barmas, and Locke.
On the hill tonight for the Giants will be Yusmeiro Petit, picking up a start that originally was set up for Matt Cain, who went on the disabled list with a cut on his finger. Petit, his last start against the Padres, 6 strong innings, 3 hits allowed, no runs in 6 innings. 20 2/3 on the year. He's struck out 20 against 4 walks. The way he does it is spotting up 2 different types of movement with the fastball. You'll see a lot of corner command with Petit. Real tight little slider, which is his best breaking ball. He'll also throw a curveball and a changeup. When he's on, you won't see him elevate much. It'll be a lot of knee-high bang in and out. When he goes up, it's usually by design. He'll elevate the fastball late in the count for strikeouts. Let's take a look at the Giants defense playing behind Petit tonight, starting from left to right. It'll be Morse, Pagan, and Pitts. Crawford and Sandoval on the left side of the infield. Hicks and Posey on the right side. And Hector Sanchez, he'll be in the squad, putting down the signs.
So it'll be the right fielder, Josh Harrison, to lead things off. Matt Cain hoping to make his next start, which would be in Los Angeles. Harrison takes high, 273, a home run, 3 driven in. He's in that leadoff spot because of his speed, his ability to get on. And Petit, it would be wise for Petit, like any starter, in that first inning to get Phil Cuzzy on your side.
Well, I think Petit thought he had strike one with the first pitch of the game. He lowered it just a little bit on that outside corner and got the pitch. It was an example of where Cuzzy likes his fastballs. He likes knee-high location.
This is hit out into center field. Pagan's coming in, and that's going to fall.
And I think Angel Pagan expected a little more fly ball than he got. All right, our AT&T Uverse Rewind. We go back to Tuesday, and that's Petit's last start against the Padres. It was an emergency start. He found out 45 minutes before the start of the game that he was the starting pitcher. And how did he respond? Well, how about 6 innings pitched, 3 hits allowed, no runs, no walks, 4 strikeouts, and 72 pitches in those 6 innings. Very efficient. He attacked. He was the winning pitcher, and that is our AT&T Uverse Rewind.
Here's Walker. Walker hitting .265. 6 home runs, 16 driven in. He's got some power from that second base position. And a strike at the belt, and it's no balls and 1 strike. Pirates are 12 and 19. They took 2 of 3 from their last opponent, which was the Blue Jays this weekend. They did, however, the one game they lost was yesterday, 7-2. They are 8 and 9 at home. Walker on the ground to Hicks. Could be a pair, and it is a pair.
Now, it doesn't look like it's anything you can control, but it certainly is. And that is getting the ground ball for a double play. There's ways about going to do it. There's types of movement that you can put on a pitch that get balls hitting the ground, and that's one thing Petit has really become very good at with that slider and with that little 2-seam fastball. He can get the ball on the ground. He pitched for it, and he got it. And that's the big leagues.
So here's McCutchen. McCutchen, as you would expect, very popular in this town. He's 1 for 6 lifetime against Petit, and a first pitch strike, and that's what you'll see a lot out of Petit if he's on. First pitch strikes. I think that got the bat of McCutchen, so it's 0-2.
Last year's National League Most Valuable Player, and he just racked up the awards the last 3 years.
Swing and a miss, and that'll end the inning. So the double play ball helps Petit with a quick inning. After one, here in Pittsburgh, it's 2-0 Giants. Completed a 3-game sweep without having a hit with runners in scoring position for the entire series. Well, it happened in 1969 in April. The Padres swept the Astros. They were 0 for 14 with runners in scoring position. It just happened to be the first 3 games in Padres history. And then this weekend, the Giants swept the Braves and were 0 for 13 with runners in scoring position. And that, folks, the first time in San Francisco Giants history. Here's Hicks. And a ball. 1 ball and no strikes.
I think Phil Cuzzy thought about calling it a strike.
Hicks sitting at 214, 5 home runs, 9 RBIs. With Marco Scudero on the shelf, and nobody knows how long that's going to be. Hicks lines it to left, and it's right at Marte for out number 1.
Good at that.
So here's Brandon Crawford. And the only thing Hicks needs to do to keep that spot is play the defense that he's playing now. Get on base, take a few walks, and knock the ball out of the park, and he's going to play all the time.
Yeah, he's starting to settle in, too.
Giants are pleased that Crawford did not have the day off yesterday.
Well, he was the difference in the game. A 2 home run game for Brandon Crawford, first one in his career.
3 RBIs. The Giants win 4-1. And he may have broken his bat on this pop-up. And that's 2 outs.
Well, time for our Togo's big play. The Togo's win yesterday. The 2 home runs we're talking about from Brandon Crawford. First one came in a 2-strike situation against the lefty Alex Wood. And then against Jordan Walden, who we didn't think he could even hit, a 2-run shot, and it made a game 2-1 go into a 4-1 game, and that's where it would stay. And that is our Togo's big play, the Togo's way.
Here's Petit, who takes the strike. Petit at the plate this year is 0 for 3. And right now he's 0-2.
Somebody needs to tell him it's legal to swing here.
That may have been the Rick Russell without actually knowing that it was the Rick Russell. It'll be Pedro Alvarez coming up. Bumgarner, the winning pitcher yesterday. On the Giants offense, the bum says the power this year has been nice. We haven't had a whole lot of it in the past. It lets you know that your lineup's dangerous. Now that's not exactly how he sounded when he said it, but that's what he said.
And that's what he said.
You notice he wasn't happy with how he was pitching with the beard off. His back.
And I think we'll see that beard for a while.
I told him, I said, you look smarter with it off, but meaner with it on. He goes, it's staying on then.
Well, he got his breaking ball back yesterday. Best breaking ball he's had all year. 9 strikeouts. And this little guy,
he ain't into it.
Not impressed.
No. Looking like he's like, Mom, stop.
Mom, I'm not a left-hander.
Here's Alvarez. Lots of power from this guy as he takes a strike at the knees. He's going to strike out, but he's also going to put the ball in the seats.
He's been hot. And that's kind of how he rolls. He's always dangerous, but then there'll be times where he'll lock on and he'll have 30 at bats and get 16 hits, and about 3 of them will be singles.
36 home runs last year, right on the nose, 100 RBIs. Struck out 186 times.
That's a lot.
Outside 2-1. 2012, he struck out 180 times.
That's a lot.
On deck is Starling Marte. And right, that pleased Phil Cuzzy. It's 2-2.
Low ball guy.
The same draft year that the Giants picked Buster Posey. See, Alvarez was taken second.
remember we were sitting on a plane when that draft was going on. And we did not get the news until we landed that the Giants had indeed gotten Buster Posey, the guy they wanted.
It was sort of consensus across the organization. We had hoped that he would be available. Posey was a junior at the time out of Florida State. And he had lots of bargaining power, and some teams stayed away from it. And it really worked out great for the Giants.
Tough pitch to lay off of, but Alvarez does. And it's now 3-2.
You go back there, same pitch, and he'll swing at it.
All right, still getting after it. Hit to left. Morris right there. 1 out.
Well, Thursday, May 15th is Japanese Heritage Night. Your special event package will include tickets to the Giants taking on the Miami Marlins, access to the Japanese Heritage Night pregame party, and a 50th anniversary bust of Masanori Murakami, commemorating his breakthrough as the first Japanese-born player in the major leagues. Murakami will also be honored at the ballpark, and he will be throwing out the ceremonial first pitch. Call 415-972-2298 or go to sfgiants.com/special events.
Here's Marte. 254, a couple of home runs, 6 driven in. And he push bunts this foul. Marte from the Dominican Republic. Last year, 12 home runs, 35 driven in, hit 280. When you look at guys like Marte, you first look at the RBIs, you say, all right, maybe not that many. And then you look at runs scored. And he had 83. So he was doing something right.
Yes, he was.
And Petit with a high fastball. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Swing and a miss. 1 and 2.
A little flat cutter. A lot of Petit's movement is not big, but it's quick and it's late. And what we have seen from him consistently is his ability to put it on both sides of the plate where he wants it.
And that 89-mile-an-hour fastball high. The Dodgers and Nationals are playing in Washington, D.C., and they're playing in the rain. And the Nationals are leading that one 2-0 in the second. So it's 3-2. Petit had to go after Alvarez 3-2. He's doing the same now to Marte, and now Marte steps out. Ike Davis is on deck. There was a bit of a forecast for rain tonight, but so far life is good. This is lined in the left field. That'll be a base hit. Second hit for the Pirates, and now to bring up Ike Davis.
I think there's a 30% chance of rain 365 days a year here in Pittsburgh. That's kind of the norm right there.
Well, I mean, the only thing we can go by is all the years we've been coming here. And we've sat in a lot of rain delays here, whether as players or as broadcasters. But that's the area. That's why things are so green here.
Remember, Giants lefty Jason Christensen played here several seasons with the Pirates. He said one year they had 35 batting practices rained out. I mean, that's unbelievable.
Here's Davis. Lots of power. He will also strike out his share.
Marte's going to look to go. He's got 9 stolen bags. He's only been thrown out once. He's a good base stealer. And he really gets going quick. Very explosive on the first step.
He goes. Sanchez gets rid of it. Not in time. He's 10th.
Now it's a big part of his game. Last year he had 41 steals for the Pirates, but what is so impressive about the guy is that he gets to full speed immediately.
Well, you see Crawford just had a word with Petit, and I'm pretty sure that's, look, he just stole second. Let's make sure he doesn't try to steal third.
Well, he will. Absolutely. You got to really vary your looks, vary the time with which you go to home. Come set, count to a second. Come set, count to 4 seconds. Mix it up.
Giants, if you just joined us, scored 2 in the first on 4 hits. Morris an RBI double, Sanchez an RBI with a base hit. Petit and Hector Sanchez, both from Venezuela. Right now trying to speak the same language as far as what are they going to throw to Davis. And whatever it was perfect, and it's now 0-2.
Yeah, perfect in the eye of Phil Cuzzy, not perfect in the mind of Ike Davis. He thought that pitch was low. Now, Ike Davis is a good low ball hitter, and he has got some holes in his swing, but he is another guy that's extremely dangerous. Dead pull hitter, lots of power. And he, like Pedro Alvarez, will also strike out a ton. But when they connect, they can hurt you.
That's a waste pitch, and it's 1-2. Tony Sanchez, the Pirates catcher, on deck. Down low. Russell Martin on the disabled list.
Yeah, they got some key people out.
This is the 3rd straight hitter this inning that Petit has gone 3-2.
And I don't think he's getting squeezed either by Phil Cuzzy, the plate umpire.
I agree. A little indecision by Petit, so he stepped off.
Hector Sanchez is going to come out and talk to Petit right now. And I think you may remind him that, you know, you were pretty aggressive in your last outing, and I don't know why you're nibbling right now. Your stuff is good. Concentration of the glove. Hit me. A little pat in the back for Pablo Sandoval. It was the goal of the Pirates to get long innings out of Petit, very much like it was the goal of the Giants to get long innings out of Jeff Locke, their starter. Locke just off the disabled list today. And this is the 2nd start for Petit, so suspect as to how much arm strength he actually had.
So here's Tony Sanchez hitting .297. And this is Pence doesn't see it. Now he does. He better not be kidding.
He's just messing with you. It is dusky. And when you have a high sky and it gets to a certain light, a ball could get lost. I guarantee you, if you had half a heart attack, so did Yusmeiro Petit.
Well, or Pagan or Hicks, the defensive guys closest to Pence. So here's Barmes, who's got some ownage on Petit. He's 4 for 8 lifetime. He's got a home run, 3 RBIs against Petit.
Got to keep the ball down. Barmes, a good high ball hitter. Likes mistakes above the belt.
And this is fouled out of play. He just didn't listen to you on that first pitch.
It's sort of the happy zone for Clint Barmes, for crying out loud.
He was like, all right, I'm going to show Kruko how wrong he is. Hit this, Barmes.
Well, one thing he knows about Clint Barmes, he knows where the happy zone is. 4 for 8 with 3 extra base hits.
Pence sees it. Side retired. No runs, a hit, a walk, 2 left. Top of the order. Angel Pagan's going to lead things off 2-0 Giants.
Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area is brought to you by Subaru. Test drive the 2014 Outback at your local Subaru retailer or visit Subaru.com to learn more.
It's a 2-0 lead for the Giants. You see what it looks like from above PNC Park. That is the Allegheny. Remember, it's not Three Rivers anymore. It's PNC Park. We used to throw up the old graphic with the Three Rivers. It was somebody's goofy little handwriting on the Monongahela. This is hit on one hop to Alvarez, and he's going to throw out. Pagan, 1 out.
It's where the Allegheny and the Monongahela form to meet and create the Ohio River. Hence the Three Rivers. But our favorite story about the Monongahela is when Dennis Higgins was a broadcast partner of ours, and he could not say Monongahela. Monongahela, Monongahela. And he'd practice and practice and practice. And he got it down. He was all set to go. And then all of a sudden the game started.
He froze up.
He froze up, and it was here we are where the Allegheny and the Monongahela meet to make the Ohio River. When it was all said and done, he couldn't even say Ohio.
He just stopped. He never tried it again.
That was it. 0 for 1.
Penn struck out looking in the first inning. He may be having a hard time picking up Locke. He's quickly behind 0-2.
Pretty healthy curveball right there from Jeff Locke. That was a good pitch.
He likes this park. I mean, he's a .330 lifetime hitter here.
Deep part of this yard is to left field. 410 in left center. That's their triples alley. Short porch right field. If you hit a ball out to left field, there's the 410 triples alley. It's 383 to straightaway left. You have to earn it, hit it out to left field. But there's the short porch, 320, and it's pretty straight across the fence line to right center.
This is Roll to Barmas, who charges, throws a bit off balance, but Pence hustling down the line is thrown out.
Well, the Miami Marlins are coming to San Francisco next homestand for a 4-game series. Thursday, May 15th through Sunday, May 18th. And then Friday, May 16th is Orange Friday. First 20,000 are going to get a Tim Lincecum Orange Friday jersey T-shirt presented by AAA. And great tickets are still available for all 4 Marlin games. Go to sfgiants.com/tickets and get them.
Buster Posey, a 2-out single in the first. Had a base hit to right field. He eventually scored on the Morris double. Giants 2, Pirates nothing here in the third. Check swing roller to third. So 3 ground balls for Locke here in the third inning, and the Giants go quietly, and Locke is going to lead things off. Yusmeiro Petit is on the hill for the Giants. In fact, when he was with the Diamondbacks, he threw a one-hitter at the Pirates. It was in August of '09, and he dazzled that night. Garrett Jones picked up the only hit, and that came to open up the 8th inning. No, it wasn't Jones. It was Cedeno who had the hit. So here Petit is. He's already given up 2 hits in this game. That was the line. He went 8 innings. 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. Remember, he came within a strike and an out away from throwing a perfect game last year against his old team. As here's Locke, who takes a pitch down low. Locke, Hairston, Walker,
And Petit knew he had to throw a strike, so he just laid it in there.
Yeah, with a 2-0 lead, this is certainly a guy you cannot walk. Make him swing the bat. He got a little threat going.
Foul back. It's 1-2. Harrison on deck, and then Walker. It's a lock, a battle, fouls it back.
If you're not a good hitting pitcher, your goal is to get 5 pitches or more out of your opposing pitcher in your attack. And that's kind of where Locke is.
Got him on a curveball. Second strikeout for Petit. And that'll bring up Josh Harrison.
But he got 5 pitches out of Petit, so from his perspective, not a bad at bat. Yeah, I can't call him a threat. He's hitting 095. You got to get off the bingo card, at least get on the interstate before I can call you half a threat.
Harrison singled in the first inning. Sandoval is in at third. So now the curveball is working, and it's no balls and 1 strike.
Well, second time through, start mixing up that first pitch. I think that's the easiest way to let your opponents know that you can get your stuff over. Just flop it over there in the first pitch. Change up, slider, curveball. Once they see that, then it changes the game a little bit. And not many people go up there looking for any of that stuff. First pitch. Most guys go up there and they look for fastball. So there's your opportunity to throw kind of a mediocre breaking ball or off-speed pitch in the heart of the strike zone and have a guy not swing at it.
It's going to be a souvenir. It's 1-2. The Pittsburgh Penguins are playing tonight.
Yeah, hey, don't worry, I got you covered, gamer bit. Gone.
So I think with the Penguins playing right now, the attendance is down a little bit. This is a base hit to right field.
That's pretty good hitting right there. That is not a hanger. That was a 1-2 fastball in the outside corner with cut at the knees, right to the glove. And Harrison just impressed Yusmeiro Petit.
Looks to me like that inside part of the plate is open to that guy.
Yeah. If he's covering that pitch, he's not going to be able to get to the inside corner. Not a whole lot of lower body, just sort of protecting the strike zone. Semi-emergency swing. He comes out with a bullet to right.
Here's Walker, who hit into a double play in the first. And he takes a pitch wide, 1-0.
Close. T's thinking, yeah, dude, you called that a strike like 3 times already. You know what they say about double plays, though? They come in bunches. They just made that up.
Well, that would be the first time you've done that.
Well, we got Walker hit into a double play last time. I'm just putting the thought out there.
It would be the first time you've done that.
Yeah. Of course.
McCutchen on deck. It's a ball and a strike to Neil Walker. Harrison goes. And this throw is wide and almost into center field. And a stolen base by Harrison in his second. And that time, Sanchez had a shot at it.
And that was not even close. I mean, that was way away from the second base side bag. And he just came across his body with a throw. And Crawford does a nice job of keeping that ball from going into center. It would have been another 90 feet.
So Walker took the pitch. It was a ball. It's 2-1. This time Walker chose to step out. Petit looks to second. Walker shoots in the right field, a base hit. They're going to wave in Harrison. Here's the throw. Not in time. A bit up the line. Harrison scores. It's a 2-1 game.
And that's how you make a stolen base hurt. Right over the middle of the plate. And Walker finds the right side. Let's watch the throw from Hunter Pence, who has been really throwing well. It brought Sanchez away from the plate, and then he has to try and swipe it. He never touched him. So an easy call for Phil Cuzzy. Let's see Petit backing up. Pirates on the board.
Here's McCutchen, who struck out in the first. And McCutchen takes low.
Swinging wide, just going way wide with the body, coming back with the hand. And really a difficult thing if you're a catcher to come back and make contact when a guy sweeps that wide away.
And a base hit up the middle. 3 hits in a row with Alvarez coming up.
Well, whatever adjustments the Pirates have made here this second time through are paying off. There's nobody trying really to pull. David Getty going to come out and have a suggestion or two, or maybe 3. If you were Getty, you got to be concerned at the location some of these pitches now run over the middle of the plate. We didn't see that happen at all in his last outing, so he isn't quite as efficient with his command tonight like he was in his last start. I bet his last outing was 72 pitches. I bet he wasn't in the middle of the strike zone more than 6 times.
And a lot of strike ones.
He was on the corner a lot. He's got to try and get that back. And in doing so, suggesting to a pitcher, you might also suggest to a catcher, exaggerate your set a little bit, set a little bit wider. Get out there in those corners.
Alvarez lined out to Morse in left field. Very close though.
And again, Petit looks into Cuzzy.
Two balls and no strikes. And now Petit showing a little bit of frustration as he kicks the dirt in front of the mound.
Well, one thing you cannot do mentally, you cannot stay on a pitch. That first pitch, if you thought it was a strike, you got to let it go in your mind. You got to make a pitch for the next pitch you have. If you're still thinking about the one that should have been called, you're in trouble.
3-0.
He's definitely angry right now. Frustrated with the strikes he's not getting that were called strikes earlier from Cuzzy. Tight strike zones can definitely do that to a pitcher, especially for a guy that has to live on the corners like Petit. Alvarez will have the green light. mean, that's what frustrates everybody. I mean, the first pitch of the at-bat was better than this thing. I mean, that's low. But right now, you'll take whatever you can get.
Hit well into center field. Pagan back. Gone. That's a 3-run home run, and the Pirates have scored 4 times here in the 3rd inning on 4 straight hits. Right now, Alvarez is pretty happy that 3-0 pitch was called a strike.
Well, and the response from Petit in the 3-1 count is he threw a fat fastball right down Broadway. And for Alvarez, who really is never going to make a 2-strike adjustment or any other kind of adjustment in the swing, just unloads. But you know what? 3-1 counts are what guys make lots of money on. Got a 3-1 advantage and killed it.
Hey, there's a lot of veterans that wouldn't care if they walked the guy. It's a ball and a strike.
Well, you have to have a short-term memory now. Forget it. Start over. You're down 2 runs. Now you got to minimize. Get your team back in the dugout.
And this hits Marte. Five straight Pirates have reached.
Now, we talked about Marte. I mean, he's a base stealer. Had his 10th of the year in his last at bat. And the guy's a base stealer. You drill him, he can try to make it hurt and steal a base and put himself in score position. Fastball right up and in, gets him just below the shoulder.
Harrison has stolen a bag in this inning. Marte stole one in the second. And a strike, get the knees, and it's 0-1.
Matt Cain, this would have been his night to start. This is the head staying down through the swing of Pedro Alvarez on the home run. Boy, did he get a great look or what? Head very still. Well, Bruce Bochy knows that Marte likes to go early in the count. You might see him pitch out here. Good changeup, and that's a pitch he needs to start throwing more.
Ike Davis on deck. Marte with his lead. Five pitches now for Yasmero Petit here in the 3rd. Marte goes from his knees. And they know it.
Wow. Brandon Crawford cannot believe it. This may be one that gets reviewed.
Jerry Davis. No, I don't think there's any doubt the throw beat him. Did Crawford tag him? That's the beef.
It's a perfect throw from the knees from Hector Sanchez. Oh, he's out. Sean Dunston in the Giants clubhouse watching. He'll watch it a couple, 2-3 times. All right, one more look.
All right. They're going to look at it. And I think more than anything, Bruce Bochy just wants to change what's going on in the inning. And you know what? They may not have had him.
I don't think it's going to get overturned. I really don't. I mean, that first view we saw, I thought it was obvious. And after watching it in slow motion, I don't think so. So a pretty creative slide there from Starling Marte.
Well, they're looking at it on the board. It's amazing. You got all the players defensively are watching it. And fans are watching it as well. They're getting all the same looks that we are. I mean, that was the look that we had that looked like they had him.
But you see this here, and all of a sudden, well, it changes your perspective.
Yeah, I think they're going to call him safe.
I do too.
It's why we keep score in pencil. It's why we have an eraser at the end of the pencil. It's amazing. You get one angle that looks like he's out. You get another angle that looks like he's not out. And usually when that happens, you get the call that was originally made.
And that's also experience that if they make a quicker decision, it's usually overturned. The longer it goes, the less chance you have to get a guy. Jerry Davis, the crew chief, I mean, I think that's one of his strengths as an umpire, how he umps on the base paths. He's very good. See Jerry with the headset on. Again, they're looking at this thing over and over and over again. And if it's not obvious, they won't overturn it. Although, having said that, there's no guarantee about that. We're getting close to 4 minutes of review time. And here comes the verdict. Safe. So the call stands, and Bruce Bochy now cannot have another request for a review, at least not till the 7th inning. And then he can request it. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to get done.
One and two to Davis. Yeah, just around 4.5 minutes and the time it took to review the call. Hopped up. Sandoval through the coach's box. Davis retired. And here's Tony Sanchez. Sanchez hit a fly ball to right field in the second inning.
He likes the first pitch too. Be careful.
And he does, and he misses, and it's 0-1.
First pitch swingers doesn't mean don't throw him a certain pitch. Just throw it to an area where it's hard for him to hurt you.
Where you can't hit it, period.
Tony Sanchez, I mean, you throw him strikes, he'll hurt you. He comes in this at bat, hit 297. But some of the things that the league will find out about you pretty quick. And if you'll chase out the strike zone, if you do, your batting average is going to take a hit.
I'm not sure he saw a strike in the at bat, and that's going to end the inning. 4 runs on 4 straight hits here in the third. Morris is going to lead things off. Pirates lead.
Hashtag CSNBA fan photo, name and hometown for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T. Here's Eric from Atlanta. Now, he was there with his daughter Olivia. They went to every game in Atlanta. They watched the sweep. So little gamer babe Olivia from Atlanta, Georgia. And that's our AT&T fan photo. Eating ice cream out of a helmet.
Never tasted so good. 4-2 Pirates.
When you're little like that, after you get done eating ice cream, you can wear the helmet.
Gramps here ate 3 chickens tonight.
At least. He's killing the Yardbirds.
He's happy though. Here's Morris. Inside corner strike. Morris double over the third base bag, picked up his 23rd run batted in. Here he bounces this one. Alvarez has got it to his left, and he will throw him out.
Nice play by Pedro Alvarez.
Time to log on to csnbayarea.com and decide the player of the game. Your vote counts. Winner will be revealed during Giants postgame live. Follow the action on the diamond like never before with enhanced Bloomberg stats. Giants in-game live on csnbayarea.com. Log on now and vote.
Nice little slide to his left side, get up, and once he gets a hold of it, he's got one of the better arms at third base in the league.
Here's Hector Sanchez, who looks at a strike. 40 pitches now for Locke. Hector Sanchez fouls it out of play. He singled to knock in a run in the first inning.
Giants have to get Locke back in the stretch.
That's a fact. They did it a lot in the first inning. Hit out to right field for Harrison. 2 outs, and that'll bring up Pablo Sandoval. Sandoval hit a fly ball to Harrison to end the first inning. A little chilly tonight, you know it?
Yeah. Hey, it's dry though. We're in Pittsburgh and it's not raining. That's a good thing.
Sandoval pops this one into shallow right field, but it'll be McCutchen, the center fielder, and he puts it away. 1-2 inning for Locke. He's now retired 10 in a row. 4-2 Pirates.
It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of San Francisco Baseball Associates, LLC.
Well, the Giants will be hosting the Atlanta Braves to kick off the next homestand May 12th through the 14th, and that Monday, May 12th and Tuesday, May 13th games are both 7:15 starts. Final game of the series will be a Wednesday, May 14th day baseball game in the city with a 12:45 start. You need tickets, go to sfgiants.com/tickets. 4-2 Pittsburgh. We're in the bottom of the fourth inning. And this becomes a very important inning for Yusmeiro Petit because the momentum of this game has definitely jumped over into the Pittsburgh dugout for two reasons. The 4-run bottom of the third and 10 Giants retired in a row by Jeff Locke. So Yusmeiro Petit has to respond to that and get his boys back in the dugout quickly.
And it's Barmes that he's facing. Barmas takes low. Barmas hit a fly ball to Pence. (4-2) Pirates. Bottom of the 4th inning. Petit's usually pretty good when it comes to his economics with pitches, but really hasn't been the case tonight. That's 62 pitches with nobody out in the 4th.
He's definitely a different guy than what we saw in his last outing back in San Francisco.
And he pours in a strike to make it 2-1.
That has really been what has plagued him. I mean, at home he's got an ERA of 0.66. On the road his ERA 6.43.
Locke is on deck. It's 3-1 to Barmas. And this is hit out to Pence, who barely has to move. Pence squeezes it, 1 out. So another 3-2 count. This one works all right for Yusmeiro Petit. And here's Locke, who struck out in the 3rd inning. He led the inning off with a strikeout, and after that, the Pirates had 5 straight hitters that reached. The big blast, the Pedro Alvarez home run. And it's 1 ball and no strikes. Top of the order, Josh Harrison is on deck. And this time Petit gets the call. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Outfield shading Locke to hit it the other way, and there's a swing and a miss, 1-2. They are putting on the tarp in Washington, D.C. with the Dodgers and the Nationals. They've been playing through the rain, and now they're just going to stop. Got him. 2 down. The only thing Locke is saying is, that's fine, I just want that pitch too.
And you do say that. In fact, you say it out loud so the umpire can hear it.
Harrison is 2 for 2. They looked at, speaking of rain, the Pirates had 2 games this year, just recently in Baltimore, rained out. Rescheduled for May 1st and May 2nd. As Harrison takes a strike. Popped up, and that's going to drift out of play. So a quick 0-2 for Petit.
Got himself a souvenir. Now there's a guy right there who clearly appreciates the foul ball more than a chicken wing.
Down low.
Good pitch, good take.
We ran into a couple today on the elevator. Bert and Leanne Steinberg.
Yep.
And Bert, what did he say? He was 93?
93 or 94.
And they are going to go to every Giants road game this year.
Every game, 81 games. And he and his wife just got married like 3 months ago.
That's dribbled foul. And the way we saw it, they were the happiest two people in Pittsburgh.
Psyched.
They were here. They were going to get to see a game. They just came from Atlanta, obviously, where the Giants won 3. And they really believed in their heart that they were the reason why the Giants won 3 games in Atlanta. And we let them know that we felt the same way. So, Bert and Leanne, if you've got folks back in the Bay Area that are aware of your trip, we're just going to tell you that they're saying hello. It's 2-2.
I've never heard anybody doing that.
Well, look, we've heard people say, well, we're going to try to get to every park or close to, or we're going to get to 10 parks, but not to every game. Every game on the road.
Yeah, they're going to San Diego, LA, Colorado, Arizona 3 times. You're going to see every game.
Harrison takes high, so it's another 3-ball, 2-strike count.
I hope I'm doing that when I'm 93.
What are you talking about? We're going to be doing games. We're going to make those trips.
Yeah, those ought to be great broadcasts.
And the walk.
That's an 0-2 to a walk, and the last 2 were not even close.
And guess what Harrison is going to do?
You bet. He's going to try and steal. The Pirates have stolen 3 times already tonight off Petit and Hector Sanchez. And your leadoff hitter gets on base by way of a 2-out walk. It is go time.
After it was 0-2.
Yeah. 0-2 to a walk.
And the runner goes. And the throw. And they got him. And that'll end the inning. Fifth inning coming up. Giants with some work to do. Tomorrow, it'll be the same time, 4 p.m. That'll be first pitch. Pregame live will start at 3:30. And you can watch us where else but on Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. It'll be Charlie Morton on the mound. And for the Giants, it'll be Tim Hudson. So here's Hicks. Hicks hit a line drive out to Marte in the second inning. Giants have not had a base runner since Hector Sanchez base hit in the first. This is driven to right, hit pretty well. Harrison is going to move back and he's going to make the catch.
We didn't see the same type of carry we normally see to right field today during batting practice, and I think the winds affected that.
So here's Crawford.
Or maybe the cold temperature. I thought he hit that ball pretty good. That
1-2. Crawford popped out to the second baseman Walker in the second inning. Here he takes the pitch low. Yasmero Petit is on deck. Crawford a good swing and a foul back.
Brandon Crawford this season against lefties coming in tonight hitting .438. That ties him for third in the National League. On base percentage .538. That ties him for third. Slugging percentage first. How about that? Extra base hit first. So it's not just that he's getting hits, he's mashing them. And they are doing nothing but pounding him in.
1-2. Setting up away to Crawford, and they got him.
High breaking ball around the belt, and Crawford did not like the call. Third strikeout. All the strikeouts for Locke tonight have been called strike threes.
Bruce Bochy having a word with Phil Cuzzy.
Yeah, he's not enthusiastic about that call. That's his unenthusiastic look.
12 in a row, retired by Locke.
And again, the high strike.
Petit fouls it back. Petit struck out. He took 3 pitches in the second. Here he takes a strike, and it's 0-2. So the plan, of course, is to get Locke in the stretch, and that hasn't worked. Petit swings and misses. Sanchez couldn't find it. Now he does. And Petit is out to end the inning. Walker, McCutcheon, and Alvarez coming up.
Games, and you can purchase the Mother's Day gift pack 2 games starting as low as $29. Mother's Day gift pack includes tickets to the May 13th game where the Giants will take on the Atlanta Braves, and to the Memorial Day game on May 26th versus the Cubs, which is also Beach Towel Day presented by Bank of America. So go to sfgiants.com/mini packs and purchase this special Mother's Day gift pack.
There's a new one, and it's 4-2 Pirates. And Petit is going to have to go through the heart of the order to get through the 5th inning. It'll be Walker, McCutchen, and Alvarez.
Yep. A lot of moms here tonight.
Yeah, Dad's watching the Penguins.
I think you're right. That's all right.
So here's Walker. Walker hit into a double play in the first and then knocked in a run in the third. Foul back, and it's no balls and 1 strike. Uh-oh.
That's a building out across the river, and it's blinking red because the Penguins just scored. That's the top of a skyscraper here in Pittsburgh.
There's a shot into right field, and Hicks with the catch. Nice play, Brandon Hicks.
That really was. That was kind of a hooking line drive. What do you say we make it the Ford right choice? Come on. That's a good one.
Another look at it.
Just kind of hooks it away, and he goes on a belly and spears it. And that's a big play. Because you just got the first out of the inning. Because of that, Brandon Hicks will make that the Ford right choice.
What does it do when the Rangers score? Does it do anything?
No.
No. Cut you in a little tardy. No balls and 1 strike.
One more look as he lays out parallel to the ground.
It wasn't really smoke, so he had a little bit of time to get a read on it. McCutchen wraps this one foul. And guess what? Quinn Walcott had to think about it. McCutchen, who had clearly a better angle running down to first, thought it was a double.
Nick Leyva, the third base coach, is in the grill of Chris Conroy, the third base umpire, and here comes Clint Hurdle. And I think Clint's going to say, look, it doesn't have to land fair, it just has to go over the bag. It's not a reviewable play. He's going to get a little bit of an argument going here right now, but clearly a line drive has to land. It hits the chalk line. Yeah. If the ball hits the ground and goes over the bag and then goes in foul territory, that's when it doesn't have to land fair. A line drive has to land fair, and it did. I can see what Leyva was arguing about, and I can see why McCutchen's quite upset about it. Take a look at it. Spins as he has so many times. He loves left field. Conroy getting out of the way, and you can see the chalk kicks up.
That's foul. That's foul.
No, I think they're going to turn that over. And then it is a line call. It is a reviewable play. So the second reviewable play tonight. They just replayed it here at PNC Park, and you can hear the reaction of the crowd as they saw the chalk. So Jerry Davis, we're going to get a call. Double.
So McCutchen with his second hit, and that'll bring up Pedro Alvarez. You can see Walcott got completely turned around. He had no idea where it was. Alvarez is lined out and he's homered. He will chase that first pitch and it's 0-1. See Dunning in the bullpen getting loose. Dunning just got here, so he's ready to work. This is a little flip job that's going to fall. Alvarez has got another RBI, and it's 5-2.
RBIs on the night for Alvarez, and this one with a broken bat right off the end of the bat. There's not anything you can do about it. And watch how McCutchen reads it. Gone.
Here's Marte. Marte is singled and he was hit by a pitch. One ball and no strikes.
Talk about the broken bat. You can see the bat blow up right off the end of the bat. He'll take that. That was a good bat in the eyes of Pedro Alvarez. Next pitch for Petit will be number 85.
Good rip by Marte. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Pretty much straight away in the outfield. Marte will go line to line. He hits it where you throw it.
And on the appeal, no swing.
Well, if Petit does not get Marte out, this will be his last hitter.
By the way, I kept saying that was Walcott umpiring at third. It's not. It's Chris Conroy. Walcott is at first. Two and 2.
It's the best breaking ball he's thrown this inning. A little anger behind that one. You get a chalk shot double and a broken bat single, and you start to think, man, this ain't my night.
Well, the Giants have 4 more innings to do something offensively. This is hit into center field and hit well. Pagan spins around and he's not going to get it. Alvarez will be held at third, and for Marte, a double over the head of Pagan.
Jake Dunning taking a look to see if anybody's coming out. He's ready to go. Mark Gardner lifted the cap.
Ike Davis, a walk and a pop-up.
They're going to walk Davis first, and then they'll probably bring in Dunning.
Oh, and that almost went to the backstop.
Now the wheels have come off for Yusmeiro Petit. That turned out to be a pretty good play.
Well, you're always told keep the ball down.
Yeah, well, not on an intentional walk. Dunning finishing off his warm-ups, and now here comes Bruce Bochy.
.92 pitches for Yusmeiro Petit. He was in trouble in every inning. First inning he had a double play ball, but after that in trouble. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. We'll be back.
Pitching, number 51, Jake Dunning.
New pitcher now for the Giants will be the right-hander Jake Dunning. Dunning, 25 years old, 6'4", 190-pounder, out of Fleming Island, Florida. This is what he was doing down in Fresno, throwing the ball well in 8 games, 0-1 with a 2.51 ERA. 11 strikeouts in 14 1/3, 15 base runners, 7, however, by way of the walk. And this was a guy who, last year when we first saw him, was told he was a control specialist. He made 29 appearances for Bruce Bochy last year and had an ERA of 2.84. So he is an experienced pitcher. When he's right, he'll give you 2 types of fastballs, a 2-seam and a 4-seam. And he'll give you a slider that he can pinpoint on both sides of the plate. And also got a changeup that he will throw just about any type of count.
Well, he's going to go after Tony Sanchez. If Dunning was paying attention, Sanchez swung at 3 bad pitches and struck out in the 3rd inning.
Next, the third base side of the rubber. Nice 3/4 release.
Sanchez has flied out and, as I just mentioned, has struck out. First pitch strike, and it's 0-1.
And there's a get it in slider, so a quick advantage. You have to throw strikes. You get the bases loaded. You got to make something happen.
And the next pitch is high. It's an off-speed pitch for Dunning.
Well, it was either a changeup or one of the really great backup sliders I've ever seen. And I hope it was a changeup, but not a cement mixer. Cement mixer gives you the rotation of a slider, just doesn't move.
And he comes back on the outside corner, 1-2.
And he almost handcuffed Hector Sanchez. That was an 88-mile-an-hour fastball. We've seen him go 88 to 92 with his velocity, depending on the grip. I think Tony Sanchez was looking to break a ball there.
Well, that was one time where he was hoping Sanchez would swing at a pitch out of the strike zone.
That's that break a ball in the dirt you're talking about. Fielders a double play depth. Pretty short set for the outfield. Pagan shallow in center.
And this is going to go to the backstop, and a run's going to come in. And it's now 6-2.
He's thinking, this is not the same group of guys I watched the last 3 days.
So now first base is open again. But Dunning doesn't have to throw a strike. And this is rolled foul. And it stays at 3-2. Infield all the way in here in the 5th. And the walk.
Yeah, it doesn't look that Dunning is very comfortable right now. They set that target in the outside corner. It was a sinker on the inside corner. Missed badly off the plate in. It is a difficult situation to bring a guy into a bases loaded scenario when it's his first appearance of the year. I grant you that. But Dunning is a guy with a reputation for throwing strikes, and right now he looks out of whack.
And a call strike to Barma, so Dunning gets out in front.
Yeah, that was kind of a gift there. They set that target in the inside corner, and he had Sanchez reach across the plate.
This was the ball that got away.
Well, they set the target inside with this one as well. Fastball that one hops, and Sanchez could not get a body in front of it.
And that's away from the target as well. And another run's going to come in.
appears it's just that spot that Dunning can't hit.
Well, you know, they're setting the target on the inside corner, and this thing's yanking away. It's hitting the left-handed batter's box. You can get on Hector Sanchez all you want, but a guy's got to have a better clue about where the ball's going than that. And Dave Righetti recognizing that he's got a guy out here who's in a bit of a panic.
Two guys.
Yeah, you're right. Hector Sanchez can't be too enthusiastic about.
He's trying to figure out a way how he can help Dunning out. A couple of pitches that are almost impossible to block.
Well, he can't set the target anywhere but down the middle of the plate now. There's no way. He's got to set it right in the middle of the plate. When you're setting an inside target and the guy's hitting the left-handed batter's box, good luck trying to catch that.
All right, I'll throw him a breaking ball. It's 1-2.
Well, throw what you can get over, and if it's a hanging breaking ball, which is what it is, you got to go with it. Throw that and say a prayer.
Ouch. It stays at 1-2. Not a happy place right now behind that dish.
No.
And home plate umpire Phil Cuzzy is going to go out to give Sanchez a chance to shake this off.
Not sure where it got him. Looked like it right in the side of the chin.
It almost looked like you get crossed up.
So you got to clear the cobwebs, and you got to block everything.
Infield in. No swing. I thought they might ring Barmes up, but that's just not happening this year.
Well, not like we've seen in the past. All right, did he go? Yeah, he could have.
I mean, you could call that.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's a 50-50. You saw it called yesterday.
Barmes lines it at Pagan. Pagan will catch. Tagging is Davis. He will score. And now they got the runner at third, and he's out, but the run will count. So Sanchez was tagged out. Damage done, however. It's 8-2 Pirates.
Giants.
See, I think that's every time the Pirates score a run, it goes around like that.
It's the hockey red light. And the building there letting the greater Pittsburgh area know that the Penguins scored.
Well, I'm a little tired of the Pirates scoring, I got to tell you that.
Yeah, I'm over that.
4 runs in the 3rd, 4 runs in the 5th. Dunning trying to figure it out.
Well, he definitely looked out of whack, no doubt. And that probably has everything to do with adrenaline.
Yeah, the one thing about him last year that we liked was how composed he was. So maybe a little bit out of character. As Pagan's going to lead things off. Pagan takes high, 1 ball and no strikes.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Giants have to figure out how to get a runner on. Locke retired 13 in a row. They need to get him in the stretch. Nice little tight change up, nipping the outside corner.
Pagan with a base hit to left field. All right. Maybe. Second hit for Pagan. The first for the Giants since the 1st inning.
You know, and one thing we know about this Giants offense is they can come back from large deficits. We've seen it before. They've come back from down 4 a couple times, down 5, down 6, and they've done that this year. So they know that they can do this. But it's important they put something on the board this inning.
Pence down the right field line into the corner and foul. It's very short into right field. It's 320.
So went over the short wall right there. Was that a Bowser blast?
That's a Bowser blast. There's 16 of them that have gone into that little area.
What was the blast that Lon Simmons yelled out when Willie Mays hit his 600th home run?
Bye bye baby bonanza.
Yeah.
Pence takes in the dirt.
Yeah, one thing being down 6 runs does to a base stealer, it kind of takes away the running game.
Seven pitches Hunter Pence has seen tonight. Make that 10. My math is a little off. In tight, it's 2 balls and 1 strike.
Giants haven't homered yet. They've homered in the last 11 games. So they're due.
Pence with a base hit to right field. Pagan will challenge Harrison, and Pagan will make it. And that'll bring up Buster Posey.
Angel Pagan, despite not getting a great start, he had to stop. And this got a little scary right here. Down 6 runs. You don't want to get thrown out of 3rd for the first out of an inning. So Ray Searage, the pitching coach, going to come out, have a little word with Jeff Locke. They're going to talk about use all your pitches. In your mind, it's nothing, nothing. Can't just be throwing fat strikes up there. Let's go. Pitch, don't throw. See Jeff Locke's year last year. I mean, he really got off to a great start. 8-2 in his first 18 with a 2.15 ERA. A lot of people thinking he might have made the All-Star team. And then the post-All-Star break, he got tired. Ran out of gas.
Pitched well enough to be an All-Star. Here's Buster Posey. And the first pitch is high. 1 ball and no strikes.
Been a steady climb as his average has gone up, up the last week and a half.
And a base hit into left field. Pence will go to third as the throw goes to third. Pagan scores, and now the Giants with 3 hits in a row. Also give Buster Posey an RBI, his 16th of the season. And that'll bring up Michael Morse.
Well, third time through, Giants hitters getting their third look at Locke. Be the top of the lineup leading off an inning. I mean, this is when you have to make some noise. When you're down 6 runs, it couldn't get past this inning. Now they have a chance to put a crooked number up there, and they need to do it.
Morris has doubled, and he's bounced out the third. Alvarez made a nice play going to his left. And this is foul back. Hector Sanchez to follow.
Brian Morris, the right-hander, getting heat up in the Pirates bullpen. The last 3 outings, I mean, Jeff Locke has pitched into the 90s in each of his appearances, so he should have more in the gas tank.
Sanchez will come back. It's out of play. Is it the Empress?
The Empress 2. Or the Empress 11th. That's a lot of Empresses.
Yeah, well, there's a few more behind him coming. Got him.
Fastball inside corner. And that's a rough walk back when you got an RBI 90 feet away. Inside corner, boom, hits the glove. Strikeout number 5 for Locke. And that's one that Michael Morris will think about.
Here's Sanchez, single in the first, and then a fly ball to right field in the 4th. With Pablo Sandoval on deck. This is over the head of Barnes and a base hit for Sanchez. Coming in to score is Pence. And the Giants move the line.
Now they're right back in it mentally, even though they're down 4. They did what they needed to do this inning. Now it's a matter of how close can you get to that 8 runs that the Pirates have put on the board.
The lock is done. And it's going to be a double switch. And we're going to see the right-hander, Brian Morse. When it's time for a change, think Speedy. Oil change and auto service. Your oil change tune-up and brake experts. We'll be back.
This guy's got
2 on and 1 out. Pablo Sandoval is coming up.
New pitcher now for the Pirates will be the right-hander Brian Morris. 12th time he's come in, off to a great start. 3-0 with a 2.03 ERA. And you take your at-bats against him, you're going to see a healthy sinker. We're talking mid-90s, even higher at times. Heavy sinker. Got a curveball and a slider. He'll throw more curveballs to lefties, more sliders to righties. 27-year-old.
Jordy Mercer is the new shortstop, so that's a double switch. And it'll be the Panda to hit. So here's Sandoval, who's 0 for 2, batting left-handed for the first time. And he shoots it into left field, a base hit. Buster Posey is going to be held, so the bases are going to be loaded for Hicks. Sandoval now waiting around, and that's what the Giants like to see.
Keep the line moving. Now you need a rally kill and a home run, as Roger Mason used to call it. Former starting pitcher with the Giants.
What do you call it?
Call a rally kill and home run. Cleared off all the bases.
Hicks is 0 for 2. And he takes down low, 1-0. Crawford on deck. Your runners are Posey at third, Sanchez at second, and Sandoval at first. Giants have some beef on the bases. Two and 0. That's 96, almost in the dirt.
With a lot of movement and heavy. You get mid to high 90 sink. That can eat up a catcher's hand. Whew. Can also eat up a hitter's hand too if you don't square it up.
Hicks on the ground, a fair ball over the bag. This is going to score a pair. Sandoval to third, Hicks to second, and we got a ball game. Having a bat for Brandon Hicks.
Boy, indeed. Well, they're getting the ground balls, but they're finding holes. And all of a sudden, the momentum has jumped across the field into the Giants' dugout. A little lazy breaking ball lays out over the middle, just about mid-thigh, and maybe even a bit higher. Rakes it right past Alvarez, who never had a chance. He's playing off the line. This thing hits right over the bag, and an easy call for Chris Conroy, the third base umpire. And just like that, Ray Searage is out there to try and bring some calm into the mind of Brian Morris.
So the hitter is going to be Crawford. Crawford is popped out and he's struck out. Remember, this is just the 6th inning.
How come the red thing on top of the building's not going off?
Yeah, well, it's going to be orange here in a minute. Crawford wraps one. This is into the gap. McCutchen on the run, and he makes the catch. Coming in to score is Sandoval, and it's 8-7.
Wow, a nice play from McCutchen, the Gold Glover, out in center field. And they throw the rainbow up there, and the Giants get to within 1. You can see McCutchen playing over towards the left center field side, but a great jump and a direct route. Slides into it very quickly, gets the ball back in, but everybody moves up a base. So it turns out being a beautiful situation at bat there for Crawford. But I think when he left the batter's box, he was thinking he was going to get a little bit more than what he got. And only the defense of McCutchen denied it.
So here's Gregor Blanco with the tying run now at third base. The man who led this inning off with a base hit, Angel Pagan, is on deck. So here's Blanco. Swing and a miss. No balls and one strike.
Yeah, that's a 91-mile-an-hour slider. Gives you an idea of the strength of this guy's arm.
Hicks is at third. And the pitch to Blanco, and Blanco hits one into center field, which should end the inning. And it does. Giants have made it a game. They score 5 times. Here in Pittsburgh, it's 8-7 Pirates.
And personal insurance, employee benefits, and financial services. Visit us at hefins.com and by Xfinity, home of the most live sports.
As we look into downtown Pittsburgh, it's 8-7 Pirates. It has become a bullpen game. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your oil change tune-up and brake experts.
Juan Gutierrez in now for Bruce Bochy. 13th time that he's come in. Another member of the Giants bullpen who's off to a great start. 1-1 with a 2.70 ERA. Mid-90s and sometimes even above velocity on the fastball. 2 times the movement, curveball, slider, changeup. Go get him.
It'll be Mercer, Harrison, and Walker. Saved up their hits with runners in scoring position for this game.
Well, they were due. They had an 0 for 13 in Atlanta in that regard. You don't necessarily need to have that hit to win. They proved that against the Braves.
Yeah, as long as they're flying out of the park, it's okay. Which has not happened tonight yet. It has happened, however, for the Pirates. Alvarez a 3-run home run in the 3rd. Here's Mercer. On the double switch, he came in. Gutierrez throws hard, and he shows that by going at 94 for a strike.
Yeah, that was hard. We've seen him as high as 97. Pretty consistent right around mid-90s, though.
Mercer hitting 156. Sounded like a strike, but it missed. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, definitely popping the glove. It's one thing, no player likes to play at a ballpark where there's no people. And tonight, with the other things going on in here in Pittsburgh, they're not having the normal following that they would have. But when you hit a glove like that, you'll get an echo at a ballpark where it's a little vacant, and that time it was loud.
Mercer with a half swing and a miss. 1 and 2.
Yeah, he just missed that one.
Still raining in Washington, D.C.
It's probably going to get Zach Greinke out of the game.
And Jordan Zimmerman. Low, 2 and 2. Harrison on deck. 8-7 Pirates. Three and 2. A lot of 3-2 counts tonight with these Pirate hitters.
Well, I'd like to blame it on an umpire, but you really can't. I mean, he's been a little tight, but because it's his zone, it is tighter than other zones. But I think he's done a good job out there for the most part.
Sandoval down the left field line. And just like that, a leadoff double.
It was the only pitch of the entire sequence that went inside. And all Mercer did is just drop the bat head. Look at the target on the outside corner. It goes in, and he just drops the bat head right there. Covered up, protective 2-strike swing.
Wasn't a strike.
Middle end guy, and he got what he was looking for. And really, I doubt if he was guessing. He's probably just up there protected with 2 strikes. Still a nice at bat. And just like that, he brings momentum back into his dugout after the Giants scored 5 in the 6th. And now it's a strikeout situation for Juan Gutierrez.
Harrison, did he bunt at it? Yes, he did.
One more look at the inside fastball. You see Sanchez reaching across. He had set an outside target. Just squares it up and let Gutierrez supply the power. And that was a loud double over the head of Sandoval.
Foul. And it's 0-2.
Mercer runs pretty well at second. I mean, anytime you have a runner at second, they say to go down the third base line. But, I mean, you don't necessarily have to do it when you have a guy with speed. Plus, Buster Posey's not crashing down the first base line like Brandon Belt does. So he's playing first base a little bit differently in the situation than Belt would. But, hey, it works out in favor of the Giants.
Pop-up is out of play. Remember when Gutierrez gets out there, whether there's a guy on base or not, he is going to work slow. It's going to be his pace.
Well, he's the slowest of the Giants, and right behind him is Machi, and then right behind him is Petit. But how you work your rhythm, I mean, that's up to you.
Hit to Pence. And tagging is Mercer, and he'll make it. So it's a productive out for Harrison. He gets the job done in another way.
Well, I was kind of shocked that they were bunting him in the first place. As hot as Harrison has been, he's got 2 knocks and a walk. And for the simple reason, he could have done this. Make it out, move him up. But bottom line is, it is a productive out, like you say. And now that makes it a strikeout situation here for Gutierrez. And Neil Walker's not an easy guy to strike out. He's only struck out 13 times and 120 at bats.
Infield in. 0-1. Now, if you can hit that spot again at 94, that's a good thing. Walker goes the other way, and it's out of play. And now Gutierrez has him 0-2. So
that's a nice 2-pitch sequence, too. Think about the first pitch went across the inside corner at 94. Then he goes across the outside corner at 95. It's one thing to throw 95, but to have that type of knee-high command on both sides of the play, well, that's pretty special. Pressure's on Sanchez here. He's got to block everything.
One and two.
Nice fastball, elevated above the hands, inside corner. You can go right back in there again, above the hands. Breaking ball. If you throw the breaking ball, you have to feel like you can throw this thing on top of home plate, and you have to believe your catcher's going to block it. Because you're pitching for the strikeout, and that's gets strikeouts. His curveball is a good strikeout pitch, but it's got to be below the zone. There it was, and that, folks, is a big league block, and that did not feel good.
My goodness.
I mean, that's a scud. It really isn't that hard of a take when you have it out in front of home plate like that, but talking about pressure on a catcher and coming through, that was one of those times. Nice play.
Two and two to Walker. He did it again. It's 3-2. Well, if you're Walker, you're thinking either he's going to throw it in the dirt or he's going to throw me a fastball. He's got a base to work with. You don't have to throw him a strike. Mercer's at third. It's 3-2. Hits it back off to Hicks. Hicks' only play is at first, and a run comes in. Hard to tell if that ball would have gone through or not.
Yeah, I mean, you wonder if it had got past Gutierrez cleanly and gotten to Hicks a little quicker, would he have been able to throw Jordy Mercer out? He runs pretty well. He's going on contact. Yeah, I don't think so. That would have been a base hit if he didn't touch it. So a nice at bat from Neil Walker to get the job done.
Here's McCutchen. McCutchen, one of the few Pirates who's ever faced Gutierrez, and he's 0 for 3 lifetime.
And this is a rocket right out at Pagan, and that'll end the inning. Top of the order's coming up. The Pirates get a run back. We'll head to the 7th. It's 9-7 Pittsburgh. And it's a 9-7 lead for the Pirates. Petit, he was out after 92 pitches. Locke threw the ball pretty well, but he ends up with 6 earnings. Giants rally with 5 singles in the 6th inning. Alvarez has got a big fly and 4 runs batted in. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your oil change tune-up and brake experts.
New pitcher now for the Pirates will be the left-hander out of Clovis, Justin Wilson, former Fresno State Bulldog. And if you like good fastballs, you have come to the right place, because this guy has got a good one. It'll go mid to high 90s, and it'll cut, he'll sink it. He's got 2 types of breaking balls. They say he has a changeup, but he hasn't really thrown it a whole lot. Pretty much you're going to see a lot of fastballs.
Pagan led the 6th inning off with a base hit. Here he takes a strike.
93 right out of bed. Wilson in his 2nd year at the big league level. 6'2", 203-pounder. Came up through the Pirate organization.
Under Pagan's hands, it's 0-2.
Good slider there.
Pence and then Posey. Pagan steps out. Giants trying to do what they did in the 6th. Just keep the line moving. And that's exactly what they did. Inside to Pagan.
Not by much.
Three and 2. Both teams with 10 hits. Giants have stranded 2. The Pirates have stranded 3. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Got him.
They say that's outside, man. They set the target inside, and it went on the outside corner. See, they want that thing in, and it goes right in the outside corner. Was it a strike? I think it's a pretty good pitch. Yeah, from that angle, I think it was close. Tough with 2 strikes to take that one.
Well, it all depends upon what he's been calling the whole game. Pence fouls this one off the glove of Sanchez. Pence had a base hit to right field in the 6th inning. One ball and 2 strikes.
It's a pretty good pitch right there. I mean, you get a guy 0-2, and that's right where you want to throw it. When you're seeing a guy for the first time, that's a pitch a lot of guys will swing at.
Pence taps it foul. He'll get a few hits like that throughout the course of the season. Pence trying to reach for Posey. It's out of play.
95 on the black. I think right now for Wilson, it's easier to throw on the outside corner of right-handers than it is on the left side, or the inside part, I should say. It's easier to throw away than in. He's made some quality pitches out there. The one that struck out Pagan in this last one, that's nastiness.
Hit up the middle, and Pence will have a base hit. So Hunter Pence hangs in there and battles Wilson for a base hit. And here's Buster Posey. Buster's got a couple of hits tonight. He's scored twice. He's got an RBI. And that's going to roll to the backstop.
Well, that's a significant 90 feet because no longer do they have a force in order. And they have a run in score position.
Giants would love to get that run back. They made it a 1-run game, and then the Pirates came back with a run on the 6th.
It's got to be a wild pitch. And once again, here comes Ray Searage, who's leading the league in appearances. Pirates pitching coach. Cover up the mouth. It's sort of standard practice now. With a 2-run lead, even with Posey, who's been red hot in the batter's box, I can't imagine that they would pitch around him and give up a base here. I just can't imagine that. And that may have been the message.
Yeah, could have been. Although I got a suggestion for Ray Searage.
What's that?
Just grow that mustache a lot longer, and you don't have to cover up your mouth.
Yeah. Do the Yosemite Sam thing, and you'd be fine.
High, 2-0. Buster Posey's been a guy that has never been that much impressed with velocity. They're going to set the target on the inner half of the plate, and it's 3-0.
Easy take there. Morris chalking up, going through his ritual that he has in the on-deck circle?
And that's ball 4. So here's Morris.
And he represents the go-ahead run.
Tony Watson is in the bullpen.
Watson, the other left-hander in the Pirates bullpen. They have two, Wilson and Watson.
Morris has doubled. Are we going to get a pitching change?
Yeah, looks like they're making a double switch. Yeah. How about that? So, and I think what they like about Watson over Wilson is he's got a little more command.
So we'll have a new pitcher. The same hitter will be Morris. And we've got action coming back. We go back to the top of the 7th inning.
New pitcher now for Clint Hurdle is going to be Tony Watson. And Watson, look at the strikeout total, 17 in 12 1/3. He's got a good fastball. It goes low to mid-90s, hard slider and a changeup, and he's got command of everything. And it is a hard, big breaking ball. And you don't see it as early as you saw Wilson's breaking ball because of the little crossover step that Watson has. He's got a little deception, kind of a low 3/4 release. Travis Snyder comes in the double switch. He goes to right field.
So Snyder will hit in the 8th spot. Pitcher's spot now becomes the leadoff spot. But right now the matchup is Morris against Watson. Outside, 1 ball and no strikes.
That kind of delivery and that kind of deception, it gets on you quick. Watson hasn't given up 1 home run this year.
The peak to second, and now he'll spin around and chase Pence back. So Pence and Posey are your base runners. Posey represents the tying run at first. This is wrapped into left field, a base hit. It's going to score Pence. Buster Posey is going to go to third, and now Morris, judging by the throw from Marte, is going to go into second. So that was significant because Morris really had kind of rounded first and was going to put on the brakes.
Well, and Marte got to that ball quickly. I didn't think that he was going to have a chance to get there. He's not a fast runner. And Marte has an outstanding arm and left. See Marte getting this thing rather quickly. He digs it out cleanly. But Morse not to be denied.
Here's Hector Sanchez, and he swings and fouls this one off of Tony Sanchez, and it's 0-1. The infield now is playing in for the Pirates. It's just a little bit risky if you're putting that type of a defense. You get a slow roller that gets into the outfield, you lose the lead.
Now, you don't have great speed in the pass for the Giants. Posey average at best, Morse a little below average.
In tight, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
And good arms across the board for the Pirates.
This is foul back. So it's Marte, McCutchen, and Snyder in the outfield.
And Travis Snyder, an improvement arm-wise over Harrison.
Well, Wilson can now go for the strikeout with Sanchez at the plate 1-2. And this is hit high down the right field line, but it's going to drift into the seats. Locke, Morris, Wilson, Watson. It's 1-2. And a base hit to left field. It's going to score Posey. Morris to third, and this game is tied.
Amazing. Down 6, not a problem. Talk about a confident group of hitters. You're looking at them. And a nice 2-strike at bat from Hector Sanchez. And there you have it. 9-9.
Without a home run.
And in the last 2.5 innings, there have been 12 runs scored, and they're not done yet.
Here's Sandoval. Sandoval picked up a base hit in the 6th inning. That was hitting left-handed. He's back to hitting right-handed. And he can give the Giants the lead with Morris at third. And he's going to foul it back.
And he was late on that fastball at 95.
He's got a big gap between Davis and Walker on the right side of the diamond, with Davis holding on Hector Sanchez. A big at bat for Hector Sanchez, who's got 3 hits tonight.
And just like that, Jeremy Affeldt up and starting to get stretched in the Giants' pen.
Sandoval double play ball. It'll go 6, 4, 3. And that'll end the inning. Giants score 2. They tie it up. It's 9-9. So Gutierrez will go after Alvarez, Marte, and Davis. Alvarez hit a 3-run home run in the 3rd inning. There's Petit had to come in, and he laid one in there, and Alvarez took advantage of it. He also knocked in a run with a base hit in the 5th. He blooped one in front of Angel Pagan. First pitch strike, and it's 0-1. And the 0-1 to Alvarez, and he taps this one foul. John Miller comes back after being on assignment, and the Giants scored 9 times in 7 innings. What's up with that, John?
He's pretty fired up too to be back in the ballpark.
Indeed he was.
After returning from his assignment.
This is out of play. Not an overshift for Alvarez, but very close.
Yeah, they do keep 2 infielders on the left side of second base, but just barely, with Crawford up the middle.
And that's outside.
One thing about the power of Alvarez, I mean, he spreads it around. He's got left field power, even in this ballpark. As tough as it is to hit the ball out to left field, he has done it. And you have to respect that. So you can't just pound one side of the plate and think that he's going to hit a lazy fly ball to left. He can knock you out to left.
Well, if he hits that fair, he can run for a while, because Sandoval is 3 acres off of third.
Well, the swing he had right there looked like he was taking a shot at it. There's no lower body in there at all.
And he hits it right at Crawford. 1 out.
So nice going, Ron Wotus.
Wotus was not at all threatened by that one swing where he would start moving people. I would. That would be it. All right, he's going to hit the ball the other way now.
Wotus in charge of setting the infield defense. Roberto Kelly will move the outfielders. Reminding Buster Posey at first base that Marte may bunt, and Posey comes in, playing deep with a bag at first.
This is going to be foul into the close to the Bowser blast, but just short.
Oh yeah, weirdness happens in Bowser land, let me tell you.
That guy used to play for the Braves, shortstop.
Yeah, what was his name?
Jeff Bowser.
No, he was the guy in Shine On Up.
In tight. See, that ball ended up in the right hands. It ended up in that little girl.
Yep. Bowser blasts.
So strike gets 1 and 2.
That's a nasty breaking ball right there. I mean, if you're a little kid and you're seeing Bowser blast, that's got to catch your imagination.
Of course. Absolutely. However, it should be in fair territory.
Yeah.
Emergency swing. Although, if I remember right, at our park, aren't the splash hits in foul territory?
No, I think they're just fair, aren't they? Just like a little bit. Now, we may have misinterpreted as to what a Bowser blast is, but tonight it's a foul ball. That's what we're going
right
with.
into that corner.
It's more fun.
Out of play. It is the Pirates version of Dutyville at Candlestick, where Darrell Evans used to hit many, many balls out of the park.
Darrell Evans, a teammate of ours, and he was a dead pull hitter with power. He found a great home in Detroit. He wound up hitting over 400 home runs.
Yeah, that would be the Duty blast at Candlestick.
His nickname, Duty. And he hit balls long and foul every night. Every night.
Got him.
Yeah, that's a macho fastball right there. And the way he turned after he threw the ball right by Marte, as if to say, you're dismissed. Let's watch the reaction of Gutierrez. You're dismissed. Next. But that's the stuff that ticks off hitters right there.
Here's Ike Davis. Davis has walked twice. If you've watched the whole game, then you had to witness the 5th inning where the Pirates scored 4 times. If you did miss the 5th inning, then good for you. The Pirates scored 2 runs on wild pitches. And it was ugly.
Yeah, that last changeup was ugly. Yeah, I like the idea, and he finished it off. The arm action was fine, but an easy take way outside.
You do have to be careful with Ike Davis. He's going to do what Darrell Evans used to do, and that's try to pull one into the seats.
Well, he probably is the closest thing in the National League to what Darrell Evans used to be. Darrell Evans is a much better hitter overall, but definitely Ike Davis can pull you. Lots of power.
And that's a 4-pitch walk. And I think once Gutierrez got to 2-0 and 3-0, he was not going to give Davis a chance to pull anything.
Well, he was upset too because he thought he had strike 1 with the first pitch, and so did I. That was a pretty good pitch. Jeremy Affeldt, he's ready to go. Mark Gardner talking about who he might face should he come in.
Sanchez takes a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. .58 degrees at first pitch. In my body right now, it's 38.
I haven't seen you this miserable in a while.
No, I'm not miserable. It's just a bit of a chill.
Come on, you're from Racine, Wisconsin. This is right in your wheelhouse.
That blood got thinned out in 1982.
So living in Danville all those years, you got acclimated?
Dan, our stats guy saying it's 50 here tonight, right now, as we speak. And folks, really, that's not close. There's a strike.
Good breaking ball right there.
We wish that Candlestick it was 50.
50, we were taking our shirts off. She's ready.
One and one to Sanchez. 2-1 to Sanchez. The shutdown inning for both teams has been problematic tonight.
That has been problematic, no doubt.
Yep. Our Giants fans know, bring a blanket.
Oh, veterans. They know how to deal with cold.
And a base hit. Casanova.
So 2 quick outs and then a walk and a base hit.
Well, if you like offense, you've come to the right place. I'll tell you what we have seen tonight from both teams. Outstanding 2-strike hitting.
Well, Snyder's not going to face Gutierrez. Sandoval made the last out, so it's likely he's going to come off the field. And Affeld's going to come in. So that is what we think the changes are going to be. Affeld is jogging in, and so is Arias. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and brake experts. We'll be back.
With 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th inning, 2 men on, and the new pitcher for Bruce Bochy is going to be Jeremy Affeldt. On the double switch, as Kite mentioned, Joaquin Arias moves to third base defensively. And let's take a look at the numbers for Affeldt. Nighttime that he's come in since he's come off the DL. And he's been lights out. 6 base runners, 3 by hits, 3 by walks, 9 strikeouts. And look at right-handers are hitting off him. 0-59. The building top just lit up red as the Pittsburgh Penguins has scored another goal. I think that's cool. I really do. And now we're being told that it is indeed a final. So the Penguins win, go up 2-1 in that series with the Rangers. So now that's your update with all that's happening here in the greater Pittsburgh land. We're set to do battle.
And Jose Tabet is going to hit. So that's your matchup. Affeldt against Tabata with Pirate runners at first and second and 2 outs. And a bouncing ball up the middle. Crawford dives and he will shovel it. Hicks is going to have to get up and throw, and it's not in time. Crawford made a great effort, and when he shoveled it away from Hicks, and the base runner Davis scored all the way from second.
Now he's trying to get the 1 out to kill the inning, and he thought he had a chance to get it, but the errant flip from the glove, and I don't know if Ike Davis ran through a stop sign or what. Take a look at his path. Well, again, we're going to look at the effort. And that's a great play right there. But here's where the Pirates catch a break. And heads up running from Davis to take advantage of it.
So this happens after the first 2 outs of the inning. And a walk to Davis. A 4-pitch walk. And that shutdown inning, as we said, problematic. Arias is at third. This is Mercer, the shortstop
hitting for the second time, and that's a strike.
That's the tail end of the play right here. An easy call for Phil Cousy, who played umpire. He was indeed safe. We really can't show you what occurred around third, if there was any stutter step or if just Ike Davis was barreling through.
One and two now to Mercer.
And here we are going to see it. He never slowed down. So third base coach Nick Leyba really needs to be applauded with that effort.
And this is foul.
If Brandon Crawford catches the ball, they don't send him. I think Leyba would have put the brakes on him. So he had plenty of time to get up. If the runner was going home, he'd had a chance to get a throw off. And I think it would have favored Crawford in getting the out. But if you're a middle infielder and you have a force right in front of you, you're thinking you can make that play.
Well, and if this would have been a miracle flip, I think they would have. 2-2 to Mercer. Hicks got a big hop at the end, and that'll end the inning. A run on 2 hits. It's 10-9 Pittsburgh.
At bat on your favorite mobile phone or tablet. You'll get live look-ins, instant replay, score stats, audio free, MLB TV, game of the day, and much, much more. Download on the App Store or go to sfgiants.com today.
Here's your final. 2-0 Penguins. Hicks will lead things off for the Giants. Hicks, Crawford, and then Arias. Tabata is now in right field. And Hicks takes high. 1 ball and no strikes. Hicks doubled in a pair of runs in the 6th inning. Here he wraps one on the ground to Mercer at short. And Hicks is retired. Here's Brandon Crawford. Crawford a sacrifice fly in the 6th. And he fouls this one off of Sanchez.
Take a look at the location of the pitches that were hit out yesterday from Brandon Crawford. One from a left-hander, a 2-strike fastball he yanked, and then the other one was from a right-hander, Jordan Walden, which was about 96 miles an hour he yanked. But pretty much same spot. That's the happy zone, mid-thigh, middle end.
This is slowly hit to Walker. So 2 outs. So the Pirates looking for that shutdown inning. This is, however, where the Giants had the Pirates in the bottom of the 7th, 2 on and nobody out, and they eventually scored a run. So Arias to hit for the first time. And he takes low, 1 ball and no strikes. This is hit on the ground, and this may very well be a base hit, and it's going to be. The Pirates with not an overshift, but really playing Walker to pull, and boy, Arias took advantage of it.
You see where Neil Walker, the second baseman, is, and they also had Mike Davis roll off the bag at first. So just a CNI ground ball, but a 2-out knock and some life.
So here's Pagan. Pagan is 2 for 4. With Hunter Pence on deck. And Pagan fouls it back. He had a nice rip. It's no balls and 1 strike.
Yeah, he was looking fastball away. He got what he was looking for. He was on it.
Up and into Pagan. And that'll even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Arias with a short lead. Pagan fouls it back. It's 1-2.
Yeah, that's a nasty pitch right there. That's a changeup, and the arm actually was identical to the fastball. Really have Pagan out front reaching. Watch him reach. Legs were gone.
And now a check on Arias, who is not going anywhere. So 1-2 to Pagan. Outfield straight away, fairly deep. Not close, 2-2. Not get attendance tonight.
Well, it wasn't a sellout. That I can tell you.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Oh, here's a note in the Pirates notes. If the Penguins are playing, we do not have to announce attendance. So there it is. They cleared up.
There you go.
Two pitch to Pagan. Got him. And that'll end the inning. Pirates get the shutdown inning. It remains 10-9 Pittsburgh. Tomorrow morning, and I'll talk about the game with Murph and Mac on KNBR 680, the sports leader. There's the fellas from KNBR, John on the left, Dave on the right, Lee Jones above them.
Hey, the Gamer Babes are here. And yes, you can have an autograph. Yep, everywhere we go, we see Gamer Babes.
So this is Gabby Sanchez, and he's going to bounce one to Hicks. And on one pitch, Sanchez is retired. Your name is Sanchez. You get a shot to get in the game today.
That's true. They got Hector, Tony, Gabby.
And here's Neil Walker, who's got a couple of RBIs. Andrew McCutchen is on deck. Giants with 14 hits, the Pirates with 12.
It has been a night for offense.
One home run in the game, and that was Pedro Alvarez in the third.
Really, the way the strike zone has been tonight with Phil Cuzzy, as small as it has been, as inconsistent as the corners have been, it doesn't surprise me to see 26 hits and 19 runs up there on the board. It has definitely been a strike zone that favors the hitter tonight. Part of it, you're going to get him.
2-1 to Walker. We've got Hector Sanchez. He's been hit a couple of times tonight. It's 2-2.
He's taking inventory right now, trying to see if all the parts are in the right place. It's a rough life, folks. It really is. You're going to get dinged every night. Just know it's coming. He took a shot to the chin about 3 innings ago. This one, I think, got him in the chest protector. Yep.
Got him.
Good curveball from Affleck.
First strikeout for Affleck. Here's McCutchen. 13,675. McCutchen with a couple of hits tonight.
Looking forward to some bat. He's faced Affleck 3 times. He's walked twice. He struck out once.
Hit to right field. Pence on the move, and it's going to be off the bottom of the wall. And McCutchen is going to dig for 3. Hicks's throw is not in time. And that'll be a triple for Andrew McCutchen.
Well, Pitts kind of got caught a rock and a hard place going back at this ball. Initially, he thought he didn't have a chance to get it. Then he has to back off, and as he does, it kind of puts him in a bad position to field the carry. And once it kicked away from him with the speed of McCutchen, it was a no-brainer triple. However, having said that, Brandon Hicks puts a little interest on the throw and a wide turn for McCutchen, and it turns out to be closer than we thought it would be.
Here's Pedro Alvarez. And he's going to take that breaking ball from Affleck for a strike.
Let's watch the relay as Pence scrambles up. Hit your cutoff man. Beautiful footwork. And a one-hopper right over the bag.
Look, everything was done right, including McCutchen trying to go for 3.
Yep.
Just better make it so. Down low. Giants want to get to the 9th inning, only trailing by 1. Balls and 1 strike. Oh yeah, he's hanging out in shallow left center field.
Man.
They're on a date right now.
I think they are. Going out to the yard.
Yeah. Where do you want to go on our first date? Go to the yard.
Left center.
Arias at 3rd. That'll end the inning. So the Giants have work to do, and it'll be Pence, and it'll be Posey, and it'll be more Sanchez, and it's 10-9 Pirates. as we go to the 9th inning.
All right, time now for our Honda play of the game, and we think the 3rd inning was a big reason as to why Pedro Alvarez is going to be our Honda play of the game. That's a 3-run homer. He had 3 RBIs without swinging the bat. He's got 4 on the night, a 2-for-5 night, 4 ribbies. That qualifies him for our Honda player of the game.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and brake experts.
Mark Melanson, 15th time that he's come in. Jason Grilli, the closer, is on the disabled list, and Melanson has assumed those responsibilities. Melanson in his 4th year at the big league level, 29 years old, 6'2", 215-pounder. He's 1 for 1 in save ops, 10 strikeouts, he gets 1 walk. And with Melanson, you're going to see a lot of cutters. He's got a curveball, a changeup. He can go low to mid-90s with his fastball, but you're going to see a lot of cutters. It's a good one.
Well, he's got 3 right-handed hitters coming up, but it's the beef. Hunter Pence is going to look at a strike. Pence has 2 hits. His last 2 at-bats have been singles, and he scored both times. And the 0-1 to Hunter Pence. Swing and a flare to right, and Hunter Pence has got a base hit. And he will put on the brakes, and the Giants have a base runner here to open up the 9th.
Between innings, Andrew McCutchen was trying to get our Ducks to kind of get out of his position.
Well, McCutchen really feels like he owns that area.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I like to see personality in a guy, and McCutchen's got some. Here's Buster Posey with Pence at first base. Pence with 3 hits tonight. And Posey rolls the first pitch foul. Get this little guy?
I think it's okay. Mom's
taking care of it.
She's got it all under control.
0-1 to Buster Posey. 2 hits tonight. He scored 3 runs. Down low, Pence takes off, and he is going to make it. So that eliminates the possibility of a double play ball.
Let's watch the secondary lead. Anticipate. Gone. And as that ball kicked up the third base line away from Tony Sanchez, the Pirates catcher, he had none chance.
So it's a ball and a strike to Buster Posey. A double look. And a ground ball into right field, a base hit. They're going to wave in Pence. Here's the throw home. It is not in time. This game is tied. Tim Flannery, my butt is on the line, and he comes through.
And he's taking on a good arm. Talbot out in right field's got a wing and a half. But he knew the type of jump that Hunter Pence had. He was off the crack of the bat, seeing that ball was on the right side of the infield behind him, essentially, so he knows he's going to at least third. And watch the jump he gets. Going hard, and that jump right there enabled Flannery to take a chance.
Pinch running for Buster Posey is Juan Perez. So, you think the wild pitch helped?
Oh, yeah.
Mate see Perez go here with Morse at the plate. And a double play ball. And that's one. And that's all they'll get. And I think Mercer made a mistake.
I think he made a mistake as well. I think Mercer just did not preset the data in his brain about the speed for Morse. And Morse is a below average runner. Now watch, Morse is going as hard as he can, but if Mercer comes across the bag and gets off a throw, they get him by a bunch.
Absolutely.
So that's a break.
Now Adrianza's going to pinch run. So here's Hector Sanchez, and Brandon Belt is on deck. So does that about do it for the bench?
Yep, that's it. They are done.
Sanchez takes low, 1 ball and no strikes.
There's only one bench player left in the game, and that's Chris Stewart, the backup catcher for the Pirates. Chris Bochy, completely comfortable, not a problem. You got him, play him.
We'll see if Adrianza takes off. Giants have tied it up here in the ninth. It's 10-10. And you've come this far, you might as well win it.
Might as well. Can't dance, there's no music.
On the ground into right field, a base hit. Adrianza is going to challenge. This might have been a bad idea, and he is out at third.
You've got outstanding arms in this outfield. And let's watch how he gets around second base. He swings it wide, and that's all it took. And he was out by about the length of his shoe.
So here's Belt.
A small thing, just like not getting a real good angle from second to third. And that's the difference in the play.
So here's Belt. Hicks is on deck. And Belt, first pitch, foul, and it's 0-1. Hector Sanchez has got 4 singles tonight.
Take a look at the tag put on. And he's out, and it wasn't even the length of a full shoe, half a shoe. If he rounds that bag a little cleaner, he's safe.
In tight to Belt. Way off the line at third is Alvarez, and Belt takes it in the dirt. In order to score Sanchez from first base, Belt's going to have to hit it over the fence.
Yeah, or hit it off the wall and it sticks in the crease.
I mean, remember, Sanchez has been behind the plate this entire game. And Belt, look. He's hit the ball over the wall 8 times this year. And that's a strikeout, and he's 2-2.
Well, one thing you cannot do with because plate umpire, you cannot trust him in a 2-strike situation to a pitch on the corner. You have to go out and protect him. If you've been watching this game, you realize that there have been inconsistencies on the corner. So as a hitter, you got to expand.
Again, Alvarez way off the line at third. Belt could hit a 29 hopper to the left side and come up with a base hit. And that almost hit him. It's now 3-2.
Pretty nice play there by Tony Sanchez. I mean, he had to go a long way to his right. He still had to use the backhand to get it, and that wasn't even closer. Tried to go back foot slider there. That's just an overthrow from Melanson.
Three and two. Now, Hector Sanchez gets a head start. He goes, and this is hit on the ground to first, and this will end the inning. Giants tie it up. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth. Here in Pittsburgh, it's 10-10. And the new pitcher for the Giants is Santiago Casilla.
All right, what do you say we take a look at his numbers? 16 times that he has come into a game, no record, 1.02 ERA. 17 2/3, 18 base runners, 8 strikeouts. So a few too many walks and a few too many situations where he's created hitter counts. But I know it's nitpicking. He's been throwing good. Fastballs, mid-90s, curveball, slider, changeup. 2 types of fastball. And he is going to try and do something that has been elusive for the Giants most of the night. That is put a shutdown inning up on the board.
Perez was the pinch runner for Morris, so he stays in left field. Belt came in to pinch hit. Posey was pinch run for, so Belt is now at first. And what we clearly saw with Bruce Bochy and Tim Flanders, for that matter, were doing is with some of the beef out of your lineup, try to take that lead in the ninth. And consequently, Adrianza thrown out at third, but you had an idea what he was trying to do. Here's Marte facing Casilla. Giants are in at the corners, and Marte takes a called strike.
93 right down the Broadway, and that's been the pitch that has really been kind of problematic for Casilla, getting strike one.
Petit, Dunning, Gutierrez, Afel, Casilla.
I guess we should say right down King Street. Forget Broadway.
King, I'm in with King. There's a strike.
Strike 2 right down King Street. right down the Embarcadero. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm good. And that pitch, not down in Embarcadero or Union Street, but Marte swung at it anyway.
That's a 3-pitch see ya. I mean, think about it. Fastball, then he drops a curveball on him, a quick 0-2, and then he goes below the strike zone. And the one pitch he swings at is in the dirt. Grab some pine, meat.
Here's Ike Davis. Davis has walked 3 times tonight, and he's scored twice.
But scary.
1 ball and no strikes.
And I got to tell you, he's not going to be swinging for opposite field singles.
Absolutely not.
He is trying to put one in the bleachers.
Two and 0. Tony Sanchez is on deck.
Ike Davis has 2 home runs on the year. Both are grand slams. And he drove that right through the outside location. Either Ike Davis is looking off speed stuff or he's looking middle in.
Yeah, I think he looks middle in all the time. 3-1.
Hector Sanchez motioning out to Casilla to keep that front shoulder in, and he did. He flew that front side, dragged his arm.
Arias off the line at third, as you would expect. This is fouled out of play. It's 3-2.
Yep, Hector liked that one.
See Davis, he stands quite a ways off the plate. Got him.
Whew. That was nasty. 3-2 hook. And Ike Davis got massively locked up. Grab some pine, meat.
Now you could say that was a wraparound, but that made it in the strike zone by quite a lot.
Split the uprights.
So here's Tony Sanchez. Sanchez takes a call strike. This is pulled on the ground, foul.
I knew Nick Label when he used to make that play.
Yeah, well, you and I both used to make that play too.
Yeah.
Now we talk about people not making that play.
Sorry, Nick.
Arias. Extra innings. Giants will take it. Where they were in this game, they're happy about this. Hicks, Crawford, and Arias coming up.
live. You'll see it right here on Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. Tonight you're going to get Giants highlights, and there are a lot of them. Plus Andrew Baggerly post-game notes, and there's a lot of them. And there's a report from the Warriors' final media session. All that and more. AT&T Uber Sportsnet Central right here after Giants post-game live.
10-10.
New pitcher now for the Pirates is Jinmar Gomez, 26-year-old, in his third year at the big league level. Pirates got him from Cleveland last year. 6'3", 220-pounder. And you're going to see a sinker, slider, change-up type guy. He will sink and cut the fastball. Look at the numbers: 7 walks and 17 1/3. That's 27 base runners and 17 1/3. So he is still looking for that confidence that is so important to dominate a strike zone. He's a little wild.
Yep. Here's Hicks. Swing. So I got a question. Chris Stewart, the former Giant catcher.
Yes.
Andy not on this trip. Has anybody really missed him?
No.
No, I don't think so. There's the former Giant. Outside to Hicks. 1 for 4, a double to knock in a pair of runs. Trying to reach for Crawford. And then Arias. One and 2.
Pretty good changeup right there. So he has definitely showed Brandon Hicks what he's got. The fastball, the slider, and the changeup.
Outside 2 and 2. So Hicks trying to start things off here in extra innings. And this is pulled foul. Close now to a 4-hour ball game. But lots of excitement tonight.
Yeah, and this has really been an entertaining game.
Nobody's been bored.
A lot going on.
Still
Meanwhile,
raining in Washington.
they'll wait forever on that one.
Hicks out swinging. So Gomez retires the first hitter that he faces, and here's Crawford. Crawford doesn't have a hit tonight. He's got a big sacrifice fly, and his sacrifice fly was one of the best balls hit tonight. It was tracked down by McCutchen in the gap in right center field. A sliding catch. And here he dribbles it foul at the plate, and it's 0-1.
First pitch changeup. So Gomez looking like he has definitely got a good feel of the ball tonight. He is throwing balls right where he wants to, and he's throwing all 3 of them.
Outside to Brandon Crawford, 2 home runs yesterday. And into center field, a base hit. So Crawford's aboard with the Giants' 18th hit tonight. They had 8 on Friday night in Atlanta. They came back the next night with 4, and they had 10 in the game yesterday. So here's Arias, who's singled in his only at bat in the 8th inning. And a quick toss, and Crawford is back. Crawford does have a steal this year. There's more of a chance that Bruce Bochy would put the hit and run on than a straight steal.
Well, Arias has a good approach to right field. And there's a big hole on the right side. Big hole.
Giants are 3-1 in extra inning games. Pirates 2-2.
And I think Clint Hurdle has a feeling that Bruce Bochy is going to put on a play. There's the hole we're talking about. And that's an area to try and shoot for if you're Arias. As we mentioned, he does have bat control to that side of the field.
Off the line and left is Marte. They do not think Arias is going to pull the ball, at least in the air. And that's right there. And it's one ball, or make it no balls and one strike.
And we do see that a lot. I mean, it almost looks like they're playing him to pull in the infield, but the outfield bunches the gaps and gives the line to left field. And there you see how the gaps are pinched and how much room there is on this left side of the field.
The Giants have left 5 on in this game. The Pirates 6. Both teams done a pretty good job hitting with men on base. Nicely to string a couple of hits together right here. Pitch out. Crawford started to go, and it's one ball and one strike. So the wheels are spinning for both managers.
Well, when's the best time to go? Right after a pitch out.
When's the best time to throw a pitch out? Sometimes after a pitch out.
Roger Craig believed that.
I used to see Frank Robinson do it from time to time. Crawford goes. It's a hit and run. Swing and a miss. And Crawford's in a rundown. And Crawford's out. And that's on Arias.
Yes, it is. You got to make contact. You're going to swing at anything, so you're going to expand your strike zone. And the runner at first base is going to make sure that the pitcher goes home. He's not going to get a good jump.
Right. And look, it's not a play where you're going to take a big swing either. You just have to protect. You have to at least hit a foul ball. Let's pull foul. Almost got one of our camera guys. Or gals, for that matter. Two and two.
Well, if you swing through a hit and run and the guy at first base is thrown out, there's a great way to atone for that. Just knock one out. See Sergio Romo working on a submarine pitch.
Foul at home plate.
Gomez has looked good tonight.
And the 2-2 to Arias is hit on the ground to short. And that'll end the inning. Bottom of the 10th coming up. a 4-game series. Friday, May 16th, is Orange Friday, and the first 20,000 fans are going to receive a Tim Lincecum Orange Friday jersey T-shirt presented by AAA. Great tickets still available for all 4 of those games, but we're focusing on the Friday, May 16th Tim Lincecum giveaway. sfgiants.com/tickets, and you can purchase tickets and see you at the yard. It'll be Tabata to lead things off, then Mercer, and then Stewart. So here's Tabata, who picked up an infield hit and an RBI in the 7th. And a swing and a foul to the backstop, and it's 0-1. Thirteen hits for the Pirates. Casilla pitched a very clean 9th inning with a couple of strikeouts. And it's a bit high to Tabata. 1 ball and 1 strike. There's most hits this year for the Giants in a game. One ball and 1 strike. Swing and a miss. Casilla pulled the string, 1-2.
That's a good curveball right there. I mean, this tonight, this is the best stuff that he's had, and the best command of the best stuff that he's had.
So for the Giants, Lopez, Machi, and Romo, plus all your starters. Probably don't want to dig into that starting staff anytime soon.
Well, you got to worry about winning this one. Worry about tomorrow.
Got him.
That's nasty. That's a 90-mile-an-hour cutter. Pirates, there is nobody left on the bench. When Chris Stewart came in to catch, that was their last guy. The bullpen, they've got Hughes and they've got Mazzaro. And the 4 starting pitchers. So both managers pulling the trigger and making the moves that they feel they have to make. And they've used them up.
Here's Mercer. Swing and a miss. And it's no balls and 1 strike.
Madison Bumgarner definitely has his spikes on. He can pinch hit.
You might actually think about talking Bochy into throwing a half inning.
Or playing left field.
And that almost hit Mercer. And I don't know how he got out of the way. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, I think he's feeling the same thing. I don't know how I got out of the way of that one. 94-mile-an-hour 2-seam fastball, and it starts to heat seek right into him. Ooh.
Foul. Out of play. 1-2. Have we reached the point yet in this game where we're really not quite responsible for what we say? Or did that happen a long time ago?
Oh, we blew by that in the 3rd inning. Are you kidding me? Don't forget, we've got the 50-degree rule.
Oh, my goodness. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Hit out to right center field. Pence is on the move. 2 outs. And that'll bring up Chris Stewart.
And he'll bunt. Giants fans will remember that. I mean, he will bunt.
He bunted any time. Bunt with 2 strikes. bounces this one foul. And he was a good Giant. He was a good receiver. He never did hit much for an average, but he'd get big hits for you.
Yeah, he was a good soldier. And he'd save your runs behind the plate.
Remember, it was the year Buster Posey went down, and all of a sudden Chris Stewart caught a lot of games. Down low, 1 ball and 1 strike. What he did in that time frame where Buster Posey was injured really got Chris Stewart some big league time, proved that he could catch him. The Yankees liked it, and he caught some big games for the Yankees.
Well, I mean, he's a catch and throw guy too. I mean, he will neutralize a running game. Very quick, absolute cannon behind the plate. But not a great breaking ball hitter.
Two and 2 to Stewart. And not close. 3 and 2. On deck is Walker. So you'd like to end this inning right here without having Walker come up. Stewart got into 67 games that year for the Giants.
Well, the last thing you wanted to do there was walk him. 2 overthrown fastballs, and just when he kind of aimed it up there, a little bit low, and just like that, Pirates have a runner. That's frustrating for a guy who's been throwing good this evening.
6th walk issued by Giants pitching. The Pirates have walked 1, and that was Buster Posey, and he scored. Of the walks, of the 6 walks up until this inning, two of those walks scored. Walker bounces this one foul with Belt holding on Stewart. Remember, the Giants went to spring training in 2012 with a healthy Buster Posey and the emergence of Hector Sanchez. And right at the end of spring is when the Giants traded Stewart, and I believe it was for George Cantos.
It was.
Good timing for Cantos as he did some things to help the Giants win everything in 2012. Now pitching in Fresno. 27 pitches for Santiago Casilla.
Walker will definitely swing for the long ball.
And he'll go the other way, and this will slice out of play. It's 1-2.
Well, they look like they're comfortable. They finally got the seats that they've been jockeying position for.
Walker 0 for 3 lifetime against Casilla. And this is going to score it away. And now Stewart, the winning run, is at second base.
So 180 feet of mistakes. A 1-2 count, work to a walk, and now a wild pitch puts a runner in scoring position. And there's the breaking ball on the back foot. And Sanchez goes over there and hits it with his bare hand, trying to keep it in front of him. It's kind of a desperation. And that hurt. If you're thinking about who the backup catcher is, so are we. Sandoval's out of the game. Posey's out of the game. Yusmeiro Petit is out of the game.
Two balls, two strikes.
It had to be Arias, and he didn't even know it.
I don't know. I'm throwing Juan Perez back there.
Yeah, you might be right. It'd definitely be a first timer, whoever it is.
Out of play. It remains 2-2. With the base open, you look, you might think about pitching around Walker. You got that guy on deck.
Well,
that would be McCutchen.
McCutchen would, but you have two bases though. You got first and you got third, and you got a guy who's throwing the ball and he's got command. So I don't think you have to worry about it if you do load the bases. And he's going to walk them. So you can be careful with both guys.
Pulled foul. Watch both Pagan and Pence have moved in a little bit in the outfield, thinking that if a ball is hit to them, that they'd have a shot at home plate.
And Chris Stewart, I mean, he runs pretty good for a catcher, but it's average speed at best. You got a real good arm in left field with Juan Perez, pretty good arm with Angel Pagan in center, and a good arm in right with Hunter Pence. So if a ball's hit right out any one of those three, I doubt you're going to see a play at the plate. If it's hit to a gap or a side, then you'll see him challenge. But if you're an outfielder, you have to be able to be aggressive if the ball's hit in front of you, because that is going to determine Nick Label, the third base coach's decision as to whether or not to send Stewart.
And that's going to be out of play. 96. So it remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. And off the tip of Sanchez's glove, and we'll do it again.
That's a pretty good battle right here, folks. I mean, Casillas coming after him with everything that he's got, and Walker is putting up a fight.
If you're thinking about McCutchen is 0 for 2 lifetime with a strikeout. Walker 0 for 3 with a strikeout. And after that, it would be Pedro Alvarez. Foul again. Casillas creeping up to 40 pitches. And Sanchez giving him a breather.
Well, next pitch in the at bat will be number 10. And Walker's fouled off 7, so I don't know if he's going to take another pitch unless it's an easy take. And here's the story of the night: 10 runs, 18 hits, no errors for the Giants. 10 runs, 13 hits, no errors for the Pirates.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Walker with 2 outs. And Walker pops this one down the left field line, and that's going to be out of play. And we'll do it again. Two and two, and now timeout call. Stewart with his lead at second. Walker pulls it foul. Remember, Casilla struck out Tabata, got Mercer on a fly ball to right, and then the walk to Chris Stewart on a 3-2 pitch, and it's really caused Casilla to throw about 15 more pitches. Lopez has been ready to go.
Well, he's thinking about Pedro Alvarez.
Another foul.
This has been unbelievable. I mean, this is the essence of the big leagues right here. A guy going after a big league hitter with 4 pitches he's got a feel for. And they're all working. And the big league hitter fighting and fighting and fighting. Test of wills right here.
And another 2-2 pitch, and that's going to go to the backstop.
And you watch, that was a breaking ball. And you watch that breaking ball, and you wonder how much is left in the gas tank for Casilla.
Yep, you're absolutely right. If Casilla were to lose Walker, you might just see McCutchen walked, and then Lopez would come in to face Alvarez.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what would happen.
And maybe right now Bruce Bochy doesn't care if Casilla throws a strike or not. And you know what? Sanchez is, well, I thought he was going to stand up and stick his glove out, but they're going to go after Walker 3-2. He got him to end the inning. Unbelievable. 11th inning, here we come. It's 10-10.
That was manly.
Giants in Game 2 of this series. Pregame live will start at 3:30, and then we'll have the game for you right at 4. Tim Hudson against Charlie Morton as the Giants will continue this road trip in Game 2 of this series.
Well, we talk about the many moments in this ball game, but that battle between Casilla and Walker, 14 pitch at bat, 8 straight fouls by Walker, and he strikes him out in a 3-2 count.
Yeah, that was a pretty good one.
Yeah.
So here's Pagan. Pagan's got 2 hits tonight. He's 2 for 5. Gomez back out there. Pagan, Pence, and Perez. And Pagan takes a strike. Giants tonight are 8 for 12 with runners in scoring position. The Pirates are 4 for 13. Pagan now behind 0-2.
Pagan not happy with the strike zone tonight from Phil Cuzzi. Clearly frustrated. And even on pitches that are close, could go either way. If it goes against you, it just fuels the fire.
He's got to be careful, though.
Well, you can't come out of the game. Can't get kicked out.
Well, he got a piece. Hey, we start talking about who's going to catch. Who'd play the outfield?
Tim Lincecum. He'd be the guy.
Probably not a bad call. The 0-2 to Pagan. 1-2.
Elevate. Easy take.
Giants looking for a base runner. And Pagan is going to provide that with a leadoff single. Nice AB.
That really was.
Plus he stays in the game.
Yeah.
I'm thinking if Cuzzi rings him up, he's gone.
That's a 3-hit night now for Angel Pagan. 3 for 6.
Hunter Pence, his last 3 at bats, 3 singles, and he's scored every time. Pagan with a good lead, and Gomez will check on him. Uh-oh. Bumgarner's getting ready. Pagan goes, and the throw down to second is going to be late. And for Pagan, his 6th of the year.
Well, he gets a pretty good jump, and the Giants taking on Chris Stewart. They know how well he throws, but a huge jump from Pagan, and Stewart never had a chance.
And it looked like Pence was going to take that all the way to allow Pagan to try to get in there, and he did.
Now, you saw Madison Bumgarner getting the helmet on, getting a bat in his hand, and there's a reason for that. The pitcher spot in the lineup now is the 4th spot in the lineup. So with Hunter Pence in the batter's box, Madison Bumgarner is just 2 hitters away, and he will hit.
Well, which also eliminates a lot of different things the manager can do. Pence got a piece. It's 2 balls and 1 strike.
It also creates a lot of opportunity for what Clint Hurdle can do as to who he wants to pitch to.
Sure. I mean, he could literally just take a pass on Pence here if he wanted to. 2 balls and 1 strike to Hunter Pence, with speed at second for the Giants. Slowly hit, and Pence is going to be retired. And that'll bring up Juan Perez, who will be hitting for the first time, with Bumgarner on deck.
So, if you want Perez,
chance to be a hero. Off the plate, 1 ball and no strikes.
you're right. And this is definitely a situation where you might think about expanding a little bit early in the count.
Perez on the season is 1 for 16. And I know how you feel about 1 for 16.
He's due.
That means you're due.
Overdue.
And you might want to think about sitting on a pitch right here.
Well, you've got count leverage. You're heading to count 2-0. Seen a couple pitches.
Three and 0.
Easy take there. I would be shocked if he turned him loose 3-0, though.
I would be shocked. We're both shocked. 3 balls and 1 strike.
Shocked and awed. And he just went out of the strike zone and swung at ball 4, too.
Machi, Romo, getting ready.
Real simple. If the Giants don't take the lead, you're going to see Machi. If you do see the Giants take the lead, you'll see Romo.
Foul. 3 and 2.
Whew, nice pick.
She gave it to that guy?
Anybody but that guy.
You're killing me. Throw it to the kid behind you.
It's got to be your brother.
3 and 2. Got him.
So a nice comeback from the 3-0 count for Gomez. And it sets the table for Madison Bumgarner to be a hero here.
Madison Bumgarner.
So this is his 4th attempt at being a pinch hitter. He's 0 for 3 lifetime. Still looking for that elusive first hit.
Well, he's not hitting as a pitcher now. He's hitting as a hitter and a pinch hitter.
And he doesn't have to put a home run swing on either. Base hit, in all likelihood, is going to score. Pagan.
And a strike, and it's 0 and 1. One ball and 1 strike. I'm sure the Pirates are well aware that Bumgarner is not just your average hitting pitcher.
Well, play him straight away. Not enough data as to overload a defense.
And that'll end the inning. Giants waste a leadoff single and a stolen base. It's the bottom of the 11th coming up.
Tickets to 2 upcoming games by purchasing the Mother's Day gift pack. 2 games started for as low as $29. Mother's Day gift pack includes tickets to the May 13th game. The Giants will take on the Atlanta Braves, and then to the Memorial Day game on May 26th when the Giants will take on the Chicago Cubs, which, by the way, is also Beach Towel Day presented by Bank of America. So, sfgiants.com/mini packs. Go there and get your Mother's Day gift pack tickets. I want to get that. I want to get that. I want to get that.
You will get that. So there's Gene Machi. He's the new pitcher for the Giants.
He is the new pitcher. 4-0 with an 0.60 ERA. He has been the vulture, just snagging wins left and right. And he has an opportunity to do so tonight. He's been pitching beautiful baseball. Low to mid-90s fastball, a little slider, and a fork have been his friends.
So it'll be McCutchen to lead things off. McCutchen tonight. He's got 3 hits. He's actually a home run away from the cycle. There's a strike. Wouldn't really actually be happy if you got the cycle, to be honest.
Yeah, well, thanks for bringing that up.
Well, I need to at least say I wouldn't be happy.
Well, that was a first pitch fork, and that was nasty.
Oh, foul, 1-2. Oh, and 2 to McCutchen.
Just a bit outside.
A little bit outside.
I kind of feel like the same thing about wild pitches and home runs. If you're going to do one, make a big one, you know? Just put Jimmy Jacket around.
McCutchen pokes at that to see another pitch, and he will. Alvarez on deck. And then Marte. On a play.
He did well to catch up to that. He was tardy. The kicker Sanchez wanted to see that elevator fastball above the letters. It did catch the top of the strike zone, but even so, it was still late. That's what a good forkball will do to a guy. It'll put in his mind. Make him late a 2-strike count to a fastball that he normally would mash.
Hit on the ground. Hits. Can't get to it. It'll be a leadoff single for McCutchen. His 4th hit of the night. And that'll bring up Alvarez. So now you've got some complicated things going on. One, Alvarez can knock one out of the park, which he did, by the way, in the 3rd inning. But also McCutchen's got 4 steals, and he hasn't been caught this year.
Well, if you do steal him, though, you're probably going to lose Alvarez. It's just a matter of who Hurdle wants to have hit here. If he steals a base successfully, then it opens up first, and they'll potentially walk Alvarez. So
swing and a miss, 0-1.
Right at him with a good forkball.
He hit a home run, not quite the straightaway center field, but definitely in that area.
Well, that was a 3-1 challenge fastball. And that was 3 of his 4 RBIs.
Oh, and 2.
You know what? Now you steal him. After Alvarez looked a little overmatched on that forkball, you might see him go now. Even in an 0-2 count.
Three pitches.
That was abusive right there. Whew. Grab some punch. 3 pitches, 3 forks.
Well, you know what Alvarez wants to do, right?
Yeah.
He wants to send everybody home.
Oh, that's a quality pitch right there.
Here's Marte. Now we'll keep an eye on McCutchen. And so will Machi.
Yeah, I say it's go time.
Belt holding on McCutchen, and it's low. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Game started at 7:07. McCutchen with a lean. He does not go, and there's a dribbler foul. So these long games, try to stay warm. Actually, last couple of innings, I don't know if you've tried it, the under table aerobics. It's good for you.
Really?
Yeah.
I have to check that out.
1 ball and 1 strike. And a quick toss, and McCutchen is back.
Machi is deliberate. He will slow the pace.
At this point, it doesn't matter.
No, where else would you rather be?
Seriously. Although I will tell you this, that looked like a pretty good pitch. I can see my room from here. And so can you.
That's true.
Nope. To the right.
Yeah.
You'll see a building that says Reed Smith. And we are right under Reed.
It's true. 23rd floor, top floor.
Swing and a miss. 2-2.
That is filthy dirty. That forkball right there is as nasty can be. I mean, that just explodes right straight down. That's a good one.
Tap slowly. Machi hit the umpire.
I've never seen that.
Are you serious?
Jerry Davis. Don't rub it. All right, let's take a look. He's thinking second base. Jerry Davis is getting in position here. And hits him right in the arm.
You know what, Mike? Judging by where Crawford was going, that ball may have been going into the left field. No, I don't think so. I think Crawford would have caught it.
Well, that's some weirdness. Just came into the game, which has already been kind of a weird game anyway. But if you're Machi, you got to pitch through it.
And a strike to Davis. So it's an error on Machi and not on Jerry Davis.
Well, it should be Jerry Davis's error. Clearly. He is not smiling.
Crawford has it. He will step on the bag, and that's a double play. So everybody feeling a lot better, including Jerry Davis. We will head to the 12th. It remains tied.
It's my favorite game.
As we head to the 12th inning. And for the Giants, it'll be Hector Sanchez to lead things off. No home runs for the Giants tonight. This was a home run hitting machine until tonight. Although, look, the game's not over with.
Could still happen.
Here's Jerry Davis. Didn't rub it.
If a ball is thrown accidentally, touches the base coach, or is pitched, or a pitch ball or thrown ball touches an umpire, the ball is alive and in play.
Well, if I'd have known that, I might have winged a couple at an umpire myself, just for fun.
Yeah.
And it would have been Eddie Montague who I'd have been aiming at. I can tell you that right now. There's a swing and a miss by Sanchez.
Oh, man.
That would have been in my National League days.
Clearly my favorite.
I might have hit Frank Foley once or twice. Durwood Merrill in the American League. Yeah.
Charlie Williams.
Outside the chance, Sanchez.
Threw me out of the game one time for asking him what the balk was in the 3rd inning. Still ticked off about it.
Sanchez has 4 singles tonight. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Belt on deck, and then Hicks. Two and 2. That's 38 pitches now for Gomez. He came in the 10th inning. Fall back, so Sanchez stays alive. You reach a certain point in what we do where you get into a rhythm of a long game, and look, at some point it doesn't matter whether it goes 12 or 16.
It does not. Well, you know, and guys go up there and they say they're not swinging for home runs, but they are. And once you do that, you can play into a guy's hand if he's got a mix of 3 speeds, and Gomez has had that. 3 pitches are working for him tonight.
Sanchez again stays alive. We don't know the Pirates well enough to know how many pitches Gomez actually has in him. But the fact that nobody's up in the bullpen would lead you to believe that he may be the Pirates' Yasmero Petit.
Yeah.
What's left, we have a spring training crowd. Actually, we have less than a spring training crowd. And that's ball 3.
This is a fantasy camp crowd.
This is a crowd where you tell your relatives you're playing and they show up. This guy's massively into it.
Yes, he is.
3 and 2. And that's a shot hit right at Cabinet for out number 1.
Nice at bat.
And here's Belt. Yeah, that's one where you want to get under and up a little bit. Belt's had 1 at bat, and that came in the 9th inning, and he bounced out to first. Dodgers are on their way again in Washington, D.C. That was a 3-hour and 14-minute delay.
They could have watched Ben-Hur during the break.
Belt with a bunt, and he's been working on this, and he just cannot get it fair, and it's 0-1. Although I mean, I get the bunt, but I also think Bruce Bochy's thinking, hey, send us at least to the bottom of the inning with a lead.
Yeah, I agree. Not like he's a base stealer.
Outside, he at least got Alvarez to come in a little bit.
And I think if you're going to bunt that situation, you got to feel like you can steal a base. There's the shift straight away in the outfield.
Been a long night for everybody, including Phil Cuzzy, who's been behind home plate. Belt goes the other way, work for Marte, and he's going to come up a bit short. And for Belt, it's a strike, and it's 2-2.
I don't think that's the first ball he's got tonight, but he definitely knows what to do with it. That guy's got street cred right there.
2-2 to Brandon Belt. Three and 2 to Brandon Belt.
Gomez has gone to that changeup a lot, and I got to say, he sets it up well. I mean, for the most part, if it's in the strike zone, Giants hitters have gotten off their back foot and they've slid onto that front side. They've lost their lower body on that pitch. That's a good pitch.
Belt lines it to right. He's got a hit.
That's a great guy.
And that'll bring up Hicks. Hicks has one hit. He doubled in a pair of runs in the 6th. And for the Giants, that hit gives them 20.
20 hits, 10 runs. They're not done yet.
Hicks pops it up. All right. Davis. 2 out. And here's Crawford. So we pitch number 50 coming up for Gomez. So Davis will hold on Belt. And Crawford goes the other way, and that's going to just slice out of play. Belt's just sneaky enough to try to steal the bag.
Yeah, he definitely could do it. I think he's got good instincts on the bag. And Gomez can get slow. He's got a slide step that makes him quick, but I don't think he feels Belt's going to steal. If he goes high leg kick, that give Belt a pretty good chance to go. But remember, Stewart throws well.
Belt got a late jump. It's a pitch out. And he made it.
Sneaky. Sneaky slow.
How about that? And on a pitch out.
See the jump? I mean, everybody does their job. A quick delivery. It looked like Stewart just sort of pushed the ball. Not his normal delivery. His elbow was below his shoulder, and that was a push. When you push, it's going to go high, and it's going to go towards second base.
Crawford's not going to hit. It'll be Arias. And Arias is 1 for 2 in the game.
And he's also had a bat against Gomez, so he knows what's coming. He's seen his stuff.
So here's Arias. I was thinking, Mike, one of the really good hitters on this staff is Tim Hudson.
Yeah.
He might not be here.
They may have sent him home. I haven't seen him, but I would be surprised if he did go home. He would have the option because he's tomorrow's pitcher.
Arias on the ground to third, and this will end the inning on 1 pitch. Bottom of the 12th coming up. It remains tied
Your special event tickets will include a ticket to see the Giants take on the Miami Marlins, access to the Japanese Heritage Night pregame party, and a 50th anniversary bust of Masanori Murakami, commemorating his breakthrough as the first Japanese-born player in the major leagues. Murakami will be honored at the ballpark, and he will be throwing out the ceremonial first pitch. Go to sfgiants.com/special events and check it out. So we're in the bottom of the 12th inning here in Pittsburgh. 10 runs, 20 hits, no errors for the Giants. 10 runs, 14 hits, no errors. There should be one error for the Giants. We couldn't give it to Jerry Davis, the umpire. We had to give it to Gene Machi. Anyway, we're all tied up, and Gene Machi set to work his second inning. First pitch right down the throat, and quickly on top of Garrett Cole, one of the starting pitchers for Clint Hurdle's Pirates. Cole will be pitching the last game of the series on Wednesday, and he can hit.
0-2.
So both managers going to their bench and pulling up their starting pitchers. And that's what he has done. Career .222. He can hit. And he's got power. But I don't know if he's ever seen a forkball.
Tabita's on deck, and then Mercer. Slowed down, and it'll be a base hit. I think Hicks had a shot to use his glove. I really do.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much speed going down the line with Cole. And I think if Bochy lets the ball go and not touch it, it gets fielded pretty cleanly. But you're not programmed that way. You're programmed to get everything you possibly can. But by deflecting it, it made it a decision to go to his bare hand, and Brandon Hicks could not. So it's going to be a base hit for Cole.
And as Mike speculated, Hudson is here. And a bat in his hand is here's Tabita. And he takes the pitch in tight as he shows bunt. Now, this is where you can risk a throw to second because Cole's not going to get to the bag as swiftly as somebody else. So the bunt's going to have to be pretty good if Tabita is indeed going to bunt. And he bunts it, and it's going to roll foul. Although, you know, watching Cole, he's not slow.
No, he runs pretty good, but I mean, you know, I'm surprised by this. I really am. I mean, you get a bonus that you get your pitcher lead off an inning, but you can't assume that. I mean, look, he hasn't stretched his legs. If he starts to air it out right now, and you know he's a young guy, he's going to do it. He runs the risk of blowing out 2 hamstrings and a calf muscle.
Low. Sanchez did well to catch that. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Long night for Hector Sanchez. Foul. It's 2-2.
Well, watch it, Tabita bunt at that ball. It just crossed my mind. I'm not saying he did it. Just crossed my mind that he may have bunted a foul on purpose just so he could swing the bat.
Maybe.
I'm just throwing that out there.
Maybe. Remember, we can throw anything out there. We're in the 12th.
Yeah, that's right. That's our disclaimer.
Got him.
That's a good forkball right there. That's a rough at bat. So wasted out. This thing is explosive down. You get after it, and it's not there. It's like swinging at a hologram. Just not there.
Here's Mercer. 1 for 3. And a strike, and it's 0-1. Stewart is on deck. Out of play. 0-2. Machi looks in. He gets the sign from Sanchez. Cole at first. And this is hit on the ground and again slowed down. Hicks cannot make a play.
That's unbelievable. This is the weirdest game in the history of baseball.
So 2 infield hits here in the 12th, and that'll bring up Stewart.
I mean, that ball gets by Machi. That's a double play.
Indeed it is.
And he deflects it away, and there's nothing Hicks can do. I mean, he does a good job, I guess, just getting to the ball so that Cole can't go over to third. Wow.
So here's Stewart. Stewart takes down low. Stewart had 1 at bat. It came in the 10th inning. And he drew a walk. Machi looks to second. And it's low and away, so it's 2-0. Pitch-wise for Machi. He's now at 30.
Got a challenge here.
Challenge he does in his 2 balls and 1 strike.
92 mile-an-hour sinker. So he gets Stewart to go out of the strike zone. Chase. Gets a lot of balls on the ground. He is a double play candidate.
Cole is at second. Crawford, Hicks, Belt. 13th inning coming up. No room service for us, baby. 10 tie. We are headed to the 13th. And we got a new pitcher, Mike.
New pitcher now for the Pirates is the right-hander Jared Hughes. The big guy, 6'7", 245, and he is a sinker slider. And he's got just enough of a wild hair up his nose to kind of make the at-bat uncomfortable, but you're going to see low to mid-90s sink, hard slider, and occasional changeup. Not many. Mostly hard stuff. How tall? 6'7", 245. Out of Plano, Texas. This is his third year.
Remember, the pitcher spot is in the cleanup spot. Giants went through this in the 11th when Pagan led the inning off of the base hit and stole second. So Pagan with 3 singles tonight. As he runs up, well, not runs up, but shortens up, moves a little bit in the box, and he takes the ball. Pence is on deck, and then Juan Perez. Hit up the middle and speared by Hughes. Pretty good wingspan. He's pumped.
He's an angry young man.
So here's Pence. So a couple Texas guys squaring off here.
There you go.
Pence with 3 hits tonight. He's got 3 singles. Giants with not a lot of extra base hits. And none that have left the park. 2 balls and no strikes with Perez. And then we think it may be Hudson.
Get the book on Jared Hughes. Born in Texas, raised in Southern California. Ooh, Phil Cuzzy thought about that one. Hughes went to Santa Clara for a year, then he went on to Long Beach State for a couple seasons.
And a 4-pitch walk.
Now, the one thing about a guy 6'7" is that he is not going to be that quick to get rid of the ball. So
Pence is taking off right here.
It is an opportunity for Pence to steal.
Hudson is on deck. So here's Perez, who struck out in the 11th inning. And the Pirates have the same thoughts that we're having with Hunter Pence. Remember, Belt stole the bag in the 12th inning with the Pirates throwing a pitch out. We'll see if the Pirates think about doing the same thing here.
Well, I really would be surprised if he doesn't move, simply because Jared Hughes is a sinker ball. He puts a lot of balls on the ground. But I mean, you got to bet on contact, and Juan Perez, he has not had that confidence as a hitter. Look out.
Hit him.
Well, this is good.
So here's what we thought was going to be Hudson, and it's going to be Petit.
Mucci.
I beg your pardon, Mucci.
So he is a pretty good bunter, which is what this situation calls for. So clearly, by pulling back Tim Hudson, which really is, I mean, it's not literally the last move, but I don't think he's going to pinch hit Lincecum. He may pinch hit Vogelsong if the game goes that far.
Well, Mike, it may keep Machi in the game too.
He's got both Javier Lopez and Sergio Romo getting heated up in the pen.
It may be that Machi's one of the greatest hitting pitchers we've ever seen. We just don't know.
Yeah, we just don't know.
Well, if Machi was going to try to not show the Pirates that he was going to bunt, it didn't work.
It did not work.
And the bunt. And it just happens to be a pretty good bunt. And the throw, and it gets away, and here comes Pence. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Well, is it a sacrifice or is it a hit?
Well, it could be a hit and an error. And the speed of Gene Machi is giving the Giants the lead.
This is one of the most perfect bunts I've ever seen.
Well, not only that, but Perez ends up at third. So,
I mean, watch this bunt. It's got to go to the third base side. It's perfect. He's coming up and throws it sinker.
And he slipped a little bit, too.
I think his foot did give away, and Neil Walker can't come up with it. And an easy scamper home for Pence. This is just amazing right here, watching Machi come up with this great bunt. And look at the reaction. They're having fun.
That's a bunch that's hungry right there. Here's Sanchez, and he lifts one to left, and this could fall, and it's just foul. And look at Machi.
I mean, he's running around like Juan Perez.
He's 22, and he weighs 140 right now on the bases.
Don't anybody tell him the truth. And the game face out in the bullpen just got a little more intensified with Romo getting heated up. He will pitch the 13th.
We don't need to tell you how important that guy is at third. Sanchez went back to get some more stickum on his bat.
I think he broke his bat on that.
Did he?
Yeah. So, I mean, if you're Hector Sanchez, situation looked bad. You're looking for a sinker baller to get one up. You can get deep enough in the outfield. Got good speed at third base with Juan Perez.
Oh, 2.
That's where Hughes wants you to swing at. He wants you to swing it, sink down around the knees, because it's pretty heavy down there.
Mike, it's ruled a sacrifice and an error on Hughes. Sanchez right now has got a battle. He's got Perez at third with only one out, but he is behind in the count 0-2. And he rolls it foul. Look out. Bruce Bochy almost got killed a couple of years ago in that same spot. Remember, he fell back and hit his head.
Yeah.
And they lost him for about 3 innings.
Look out.
So it's 0-2 to Sanchez. Got him.
So the strikeout he was pitching for, he gets.
And here's Belt. Belt with a single in the second. Perez Perez at third. At first is Machi. Hicks is on deck. Machi's going to go, and that's got to be a steal. We're not talking about a laugher game here.
Come on. He's having the time of his life.
I'm telling you, that's got to be a steal.
I'm not going to argue with you.
I'm writing it down.
Hey, stolen base, Machi.
So now it's going to be left up to Hicks.
Well,
why not?
Perfect time for a grand slam. Come on. You've got a streak. They have an 11-game streak of hitting home runs on the line here.
Giants have scored a run here in the 13th without a hit.
Yeah, they're overrated. You don't need them.
Hicks. Is 1 for 5. 1 for 6. So here's Hicks, his last at bat. Hicks popped out to Ike Davis in foul territory. And he takes low. 1 ball and no strike.
Yeah, Hughes thought he had strike one there.
Pretty good velocity from Hughes. It's Perez, Machi, and Belt. Fouls it back. Get a pretty good rip. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. So they're not going to give Machi a stolen base.
He should have got a hit and a stolen base.
I agree. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hicks fouls it at the plate, so now it's 1-2. If you're thinking about the bottom of this inning, think Walker, McCutchen, and Alvarez.
Oh, and it's got to be that way. It has to be the heart.
And the 1-2 to Hicks, and it's low, 2-2. Almost spent about 5 hours in that bullpen.
Yeah, he's had a couple of humps too.
Hicks stays alive.
All sinkers in this 5-pitch sequence to Brandon Hicks. Jared Hughes has the slider, but he has not thrown it.
It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Foul. And we'll do it again.
All right. One thing about the remaining crowd here is that if you're one of the remaining, you got a pretty good chance of getting a foul ball.
Or by getting voted knucklehead of the night.
Yep, that could happen.
2-2 to Hicks. 3-2 to Hicks.
That is a big run at third base, no doubt.
Hicks do this quite a lot where he'll get that pitcher 0-2 to 3-2.
Yeah, all you want to do is elevate that sinker baller just a little bit. And play Hicks to pull slightly in center with Cutchin.
Got him, and that'll end the inning. So Machi with the sacrifice bunt, and watch the troops in the dugout. Looks like the Kentucky Derby. 11-10 Giants. Of the 13th, and it's 11-10 Giants.
New pitcher now for the Giants, Sergio Romo. Take a look at his numbers. Very good numbers. 9 for 9 in save ops, 2-0 with a 2.03 ERA. And this, of course, is a save op.
And it'll be Walker to lead things off. Walker, a switch hitter. One for 6 tonight.
He has faced Romo 3 times, 0 for 3. A couple of ground outs and a fly out. So they know each other.
No balls and 1 strike. So Romo getting to know Phil Cuzzy right off the bat, and it's 0-1.
Well, that's the gray area pitch right there. We've seen that same location called strike and ball tonight, and it's kind of a coin toss as to what it's going to be. But a huge first strike, and that changes everything for Romo.
0-2.
Just wrapped around a little backdoor no-dot slider to gain an 0-2 quick advantage. One of his strengths, being able to spot that slider on both corners. It's not that easy a pitch to wrap around the outside corner to a lefty either.
And that is a mistake. It's a weird game, man.
Yeah, just expect the unexpected. And it almost looked like Neil Walker kind of half leaned into it.
Well, he didn't try to get out of the way, that's for sure.
No. But the Pirates get what they wanted, and that's a leadoff base runner. Now, the only guy who's really got good lifetime numbers against Romo is McCutchen. He's 2 for 7 with a double.
McCutchen trying to yank. It's no balls and 1 strike.
Well, that is the yank yuckadoo hack of all times right there.
Well, he might have been looking for 1 pitch. the slider and felt like he got it. So he's going to let it fly.
You see the numbers, 3 strikeouts in those 7 at-bats.
Pagan is going to catch, and Walker thinking about tagging. And Pagan wisely gets it in quickly. Nice play. And here's Alvarez. Alvarez hit the home run off of Petit in the 3rd inning. And according to our numbers, Mike, he's never faced Romo before.
That's what I got. No history.
No balls and 1 strike.
And that's a first pitch changeup. And that is not anything that Alvarez is looking for.
Two.
So he works him on that second strike, the same one he threw Neil Walker. A little backdoor no doubt that Alvarez had given up on. But that's the pitch that's a little dangerous, because if you leave that thing on the inside and pull it, it's out of the middle of the plate. But he has got the guts of a burglar, that we know.
Hit on the ground, Hicks. Crawford, belt! And that's a double play, and that's the ball game. And the Giants have now won 6 straight. They're 4-0 on this trip. And this, my friends, was one heck of a win for the Gigantes.
It really was an amazing win. Down 6 runs in this ball game, and they come back and tie it, and then they wind up winning it in the 13th inning. And this is a game where everybody's involved. If you're Bruce Bochy, you got to ask for games like this. He got one, and this is a big win.
All right, so here at PNC Park, game 1, it goes to the Giants, and they do it tonight with 20 hits. And another great job by the bullpen. Final score, the Giants 11 and the Pirates 10. Eastern's Giants postgame live is coming up, but first, let's go to the Sportsnet Central Studio.